A massive structure on Saturn's moon Titan, which is the same size as Lake Superior, suddenly vanished. The mystery of Titan's vanishing island remains one of the most remarkable discoveries ever made on another world. While planets and moons are often thought of as places where very little changes, Titan has repeatedly demonstrated that it is anything but ordinary. Orbiting Saturn at an immense distance from Earth, this mysterious moon has fascinated researchers for decades because of its thick atmosphere, flowing rivers, and enormous lakes of liquid methane and ethane. Unlike the frozen landscapes found across much of the solar system, Titan appears surprisingly active, and one extraordinary event captured by NASA's Cassini spacecraft transformed the way many scientists viewed this distant world. Titan is an exceptional place. Larger than the planet Mercury, it possesses a dense atmosphere made primarily of nitrogen, with methane playing an important role in its unique weather system. Clouds drift across its skies, rain falls from the atmosphere, and rivers carve their way into the landscape before flowing into vast seas. These features make Titan the only known world beyond Earth where stable liquids exist across the surface, creating an environment unlike anywhere else in the solar system. One of Titan's largest bodies of liquid is Ligeia Mare, an enormous sea located near the Moon's northern polar region. Comparable in size to Lake Superior, this immense expanse stretches for hundreds of kilometers and reaches depths of more than 150 meters. For years, scientists believed its surface remained almost perfectly calm, reflecting very little change between observations. That assumption changed dramatically when Cassini captured an image that revealed something entirely unexpected. During one of its routine flybys, the spacecraft recorded a bright feature that had seemingly appeared in the middle of Ligeia Mare. Located approximately 10 kilometers from the shoreline, the mysterious formation measured an astonishing 19 kilometers in length and 9 kilometers in width. Against the normally dark and featureless surface of the sea, the object stood out clearly, almost glowing in comparison to its surroundings. Its appearance immediately attracted attention because nothing like it had ever been observed before. Even more astonishing was what happened next. Only 16 days later, Cassini passed over exactly the same location. The enormous feature had disappeared completely. There was no visible trace of the massive formation that had previously occupied the lake. A structure roughly the same size as Lake Superior had briefly displayed an enormous anomaly before returning to its normal appearance, leaving scientists searching for answers. The unexplained phenomenon quickly became known as the Magic Island. Although its name suggested something mysterious, researchers believed the feature represented a genuine physical process occurring on Titan. Several possibilities were proposed to explain its sudden appearance. One idea suggested seasonal warming may have generated waves across the normally calm sea. Another proposed that large sections of frozen hydrocarbons temporarily floated to the surface before gradually sinking beneath the liquid once again. A different explanation involved gas escaping from beneath the lake. Scientists suggested methane or nitrogen bubbles rising from deep below the surface could have disturbed the liquid enough to create a bright radar reflection visible to Cassini. Another possibility involved suspended material that briefly rose from the depths before settling back beneath the surface, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Regardless of the explanation, the event highlighted that Titan remains an active and dynamic world filled with ongoing geological and atmospheric processes. Every unexpected discovery strengthens the belief that this distant moon continues to evolve in ways that are only beginning to be understood. Titan is especially important because many scientists consider it one of the most promising locations for discovering entirely unfamiliar forms of biology. Although its lakes contain liquid methane and ethane rather than water, its complex chemistry provides countless opportunities for unusual natural processes to unfold. Every unexplained event, every shifting landscape, and every mysterious observation brings researchers one step closer to understanding this extraordinary moon. The vanishing formation within Ligeia Mare continues to stand as one of the greatest mysteries of the Cassini mission. The mystery of the Chronicles of Georgia. The Chronicles of Georgia stand as one of the most mysterious and overlooked monuments in the modern world. Rising above the shores of the Tbilisi Sea, this immense collection of towering stone pillars has fascinated visitors for decades, yet remarkably few people outside Georgia have ever heard of it. Although the monument is known to have been created during the late 20th century, the deeper meaning behind its enormous carvings continues to inspire debate. Many who stand before its colossal walls leave with the feeling that they have discovered a forgotten monument from a much older civilization, one whose true message has yet to be fully understood. Construction of the monument began during the 1980s under the direction of Georgian artist Zurab Tsereteli. However, despite the incredible scale of the project, large sections remain unfinished to this day. This has only added to its mysterious reputation, as visitors often wonder whether the completed vision would have revealed an even greater story. The unfinished sections create the impression that the monument is frozen in time, preserving an ambitious project whose full purpose remains just beyond reach. The sheer scale of the Chronicles of Georgia is astonishing. Towering stone columns rise approximately 100 feet into the sky, dominating the surrounding landscape. From a distance, they resemble the ruins of an ancient civilization, while up close, the detailed carvings reveal an extraordinary blend of history, religion, and symbolism. The upper portions of the pillars portray kings, queens, and influential figures from Georgia's long history, while the lower sections depict scenes inspired by Christianity. Together, they create an immense visual narrative that stretches across the entire complex. Yet it is this symbolism that forms the monument's greatest mystery. Although many of the individual carvings can be identified, there is no universally accepted interpretation explaining how every figure connects together as one complete story. Historians, artists, and visitors have all offered different explanations, with some viewing the monument as a celebration of Georgia's national identity, while others see it as a spiritual journey linking the country's royal heritage with its religious traditions. Every visitor seems to uncover new details that lead to entirely different conclusions, ensuring that the monument continues to provoke curiosity decades after construction first began. Its secluded location further adds to the mystery. Rather than standing in the center of Georgia's capital, the monument overlooks the quiet waters of the Tbilisi Sea, hidden away from the city's busiest tourist attractions. Many travelers discover it almost by accident, making the experience feel like stumbling upon a forgotten sanctuary. The silence surrounding the towering pillars, combined with their immense size, creates an atmosphere that many compare to some of the world's most famous ancient monuments. The timing of its construction also raises intriguing questions. Work began while Georgia was still part of the Soviet Union, during a period when public expressions of religious identity were often discouraged. Yet this remarkable monument openly celebrates both Georgian history and Christian tradition on a monumental scale. The decision to create such an ambitious project during that period has led many to wonder whether it carried a cultural message intended to preserve the nation's identity for future generations. The mysterious stone towers of Silustani. The stone towers of Silustani remain among the most remarkable examples of ancient engineering in South America. Standing proudly on a windswept peninsula overlooking the tranquil waters of Lake Umayo in Peru. Constructed by the Kola civilization and later expanded upon by the Inca, these impressive funerary monuments, known as chulpas, continue to fascinate archaeologists and engineers alike. Although their purpose as burial towers is well understood, the extraordinary methods used to build them continue to inspire debate and admiration. The most striking feature of the towers is the astonishing precision of their stonework. Massive blocks of basalt and limestone were carefully shaped to fit together without the use of mortar, creating joints so precise that even today it is difficult to slide a thin blade between the stones. This remarkable style of construction required incredible patience and craftsmanship. Ancient builders are believed to have shaped each block using harder stones as hammers before smoothing every surface with sand and water until each piece fit perfectly with its neighbors. The result was an exceptionally durable structure capable of surviving centuries of harsh weather and powerful earthquakes. Perhaps the greatest engineering mystery lies in the tower's unusual shape. Unlike most stone buildings, which become narrower as they rise, the chulpas gradually widen toward the top. This inverted design appears counterintuitive, as conventional construction normally places the greatest weight at the base. Yet the ancient builders understood how to balance each stone with extraordinary accuracy, allowing the expanding walls to remain stable while supporting the heavy upper sections. Many researchers believe this unusual profile was deliberately designed to withstand the frequent earthquakes that affect the Andean plateau. During seismic activity, the carefully fitted stones are able to shift slightly before settling back into place without causing the structure to collapse. Equally fascinating is the contrast between the exterior and the interior of the towers. While the outer walls display masterful stone craftsmanship, the inside is often filled with loose rocks, gravel, and earth. Rather than representing poor workmanship, many researchers believe this combination was intentional. The tightly fitted outer shell provided strength and stability, while the looser interior may have absorbed movement during earthquakes, reducing stress on the finely crafted exterior walls. Several unusual features carved into the stones have also generated considerable discussion. Many blocks display rounded stone projections, often referred to as bosses, that extend from the finished surface. These protrusions are widely believed to have served as gripping points for ropes, while the enormous stones were transported and lifted into position. Yet one intriguing question remains. Once construction had been completed, why were many of these projections left in place instead of being removed? Their continued presence suggests they may have held additional practical or symbolic importance that has yet to be fully understood. Another intriguing aspect of Silistani is the resemblance some architectural historians have noted between its stoneworking techniques and those seen at other megalithic sites across the Pacific, particularly on Easter Island. Similar methods of handling enormous stone blocks, combined with comparable construction details, have led some researchers to wonder whether these engineering ideas developed independently or reflected the distant exchange of knowledge across ancient maritime routes. Although this possibility remains the subject of ongoing discussion, it continues to add another layer of fascination to the site. Mysterious time slip involving 3 soldiers. On a bright autumn Sunday in 1957, 3 trainee soldiers experienced an event that would remain one of Britain's most intriguing time slip mysteries. While walking through the peaceful Suffolk countryside toward the picturesque village of Kersey, the men expected nothing more than a quiet day exploring the area. Instead, they found themselves stepping into what appeared to be a completely different era. Among them was William Laing, a keen observer of nature, who later insisted that even the surrounding landscape had changed. Trees and fields that had displayed the colours of autumn moments earlier now appeared fresh with the vibrant greens of spring, as though the seasons themselves had shifted. As the soldiers approached the village, they could clearly see the church standing proudly on the hill while its bells echoed across the countryside. Without warning, the ringing stopped completely. An unnatural silence settled over the landscape. There was no birdsong, no breeze moving through the trees, and no distant sounds of everyday life. The atmosphere felt unnervingly still, creating the impression that time itself had paused. The village before them looked astonishingly ancient. Modern features had vanished entirely. There were no television aerials, telegraph wires, street lamps, or any sign of contemporary life. The cottages appeared centuries old, and every window they looked through seemed abandoned. Only one building showed any sign of activity, what appeared to be a butcher's shop. Inside hung 3 skinned ox carcasses, strangely green with age and draped in thick cobwebs, creating an unsettling sight that none of the soldiers could explain. Near a small bridge crossing the stream, they noticed several white ducks standing motionless in the water. William Laing later remarked that the birds seemed almost lifeless, resembling carefully placed decoys rather than living creatures. As the minutes passed, the overwhelming stillness gave way to a far darker sensation. The soldiers became convinced they were being silently watched by unseen eyes. Although nobody could be seen, an intense feeling of hostility surrounded them, filling each of them with growing unease. After approximately 25 minutes, the unsettling atmosphere became too much to endure. The three soldiers turned and hurried away from the mysterious village. Almost instantly, the silence broke. The familiar ringing of the church bells returned, smoke once again drifted from the chimneys, and the sounds of ordinary life filled the air. The strange medieval landscape had disappeared as suddenly as it had arrived. Researchers have long pointed out another fascinating detail. Modern views of Kersey show that the church tower should have remained visible throughout much of the soldiers' journey. Yet during their extraordinary experience, its appearance seemed entirely different, leading some to believe they had briefly slipped into a period before the church was even constructed during the 12th century. Mysterious Dogman image. This mysterious photo has recently been shared online without revealing the identity of the person who captured it. According to the story accompanying the image, the witness had been exploring a remote woodland area when something unusual caught their attention in the distance. Resting among the trees was a dark figure that immediately stood out from its surroundings because of its unmistakably pointed ears. Realizing they were looking at something highly unusual, the witness quickly raised their camera and captured what has since become one of the internet's latest mysterious creature photographs. Although the image is distant and lacks fine detail, many people believe it clearly shows a large, dark figure sitting low to the ground while watching from within the forest. Its silhouette appears unlike any familiar woodland animal, with the pointed ears becoming the most striking feature visible in the photograph. Supporters of the image believe these characteristics closely match countless descriptions provided by people who claim to have encountered the mysterious creature over the years. Reports describing this unusual being have surfaced for decades, particularly from people hiking through isolated forests, mountain trails, and remote wilderness areas. Witnesses often describe noticing an overwhelming feeling that they are being observed before spotting a large, dark figure standing silently among the trees. Many accounts mention glowing eyes, an imposing frame, and ears that remain upright even from considerable distances. In numerous reports, the creature simply watches before quietly disappearing back into the woodland without making a sound. The mystery of the Gorman dogfight. The Gorman dogfight remains one of the most extraordinary aerial encounters in aviation history. Unlike many reports involving unidentified aerial phenomena, this case featured an experienced military pilot, multiple independent witnesses, and an official military investigation that struggled to explain what happened. What began as a routine training flight above Fargo, North Dakota, during the evening of the 1st of October, 1948, soon developed into an astonishing 27-minute aerial pursuit that continues to intrigue researchers today. Second Lieutenant George F. Gorman, a highly respected pilot serving with the North Dakota Air National Guard, was flying a P-51 Mustang fighter during a routine cross-country training exercise. At just 25 years old, Gorman had already gained valuable experience during the Second World War and was considered an accomplished aviator. As he prepared to land at Hector Airport, he noticed a brilliant white light moving below his aircraft. Initially assuming it was another airplane, Gorman contacted the control tower to confirm nearby air traffic. Controllers informed him that only a small Piper Cub was operating in the area. After locating the Piper Cub, Gorman immediately realized the mysterious light was something entirely separate. The object appeared as a perfectly round, brilliant white light with no visible wings, fuselage, navigation lights, or exhaust. Curious, Gorman banked his fighter and accelerated toward it. As he closed the distance, the object suddenly reacted. Instead of maintaining its course, it accelerated rapidly and executed an incredibly sharp turn. According to Gorman, it behaved as though it was fully aware of his presence. Determined to identify the object, he pushed the Mustang to speeds approaching 400 miles per hour. Yet every time he appeared to gain ground, the glowing object effortlessly accelerated away. Gorman later estimated that during several maneuvers, it exceeded speeds of approximately 600 miles per hour while changing direction almost instantly. The encounter quickly evolved into what resembled an aerial dogfight. Each time Gorman attempted to position himself behind the object, it responded with astonishing maneuvers, climbing steeply, making impossibly tight turns, and repeatedly reversing direction before flying directly toward the approaching fighter. Forced to avoid what appeared to be imminent collisions, Gorman repeatedly banked away before attempting another interception. This sequence continued throughout the encounter. The object seemed capable of climbing vertically, diving sharply, and instantly reversing course while repeatedly placing itself on a direct approach toward the Mustang before turning away at the last possible moment. Gorman became convinced he was not pursuing a drifting object, but something under intelligent control. The pursuit placed enormous physical demands on both pilot and aircraft. During repeated high-speed turns, Gorman experienced temporary vision loss caused by the intense gravitational forces, yet he continued the chase, determined to discover what he was facing. Importantly, Gorman was not the only witness. Air traffic controllers at Hector Airport observed both the Mustang and the glowing object through binoculars from the control tower. The pilot and passenger aboard the nearby Piper Cub also reported seeing the brilliant light moving independently through the sky, confirming that the encounter was visible to multiple observers. After approximately 27 minutes, the object suddenly accelerated almost vertically into the night sky. It climbed rapidly until its brilliant glow gradually faded and disappeared. Physically exhausted and unable to continue, Gorman returned safely to the airport. Military authorities immediately launched an investigation through Project Sign, the United States Air Force's early program for investigating unusual aerial reports. Investigators interviewed Gorman, the air traffic controllers, and the Piper Cub occupants, all of whom described an unusual illuminated object displaying remarkable maneuverability. Eventually, the Air Force concluded that Gorman had likely been pursuing a weather balloon carrying an illuminated tracking device and later mistaken the planet Jupiter for the same object. However, many researchers questioned how a weather balloon could repeatedly turn toward a pursuing fighter, perform apparent high-speed climbs, and display such extraordinary maneuvers. Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, who later directed Project Blue Book, wrote that incidents such as the Gorman dogfight played an important role in convincing many Air Force intelligence officers that unidentified aerial phenomena represented genuine physical events worthy of serious investigation. George Gorman never accepted the official explanation. Throughout his life, he remained convinced that the object he encountered above Fargo that autumn evening was unlike anything he had ever seen before, ensuring that the Gorman dogfight remains one of the most compelling mysteries in aviation history. Gold miners and soldiers report being attacked by a mysterious creature. Throughout history, there have been remarkable accounts of people encountering mysterious creatures that seem to exist beyond the boundaries of conventional science. While many of these reports come from isolated individuals, some of the most compelling stories involve experienced groups of people who were accustomed to harsh environments and genuine danger. Among the most striking are the reports from gold prospectors in the forests of the Pacific Northwest and combat soldiers serving in the jungles of Southeast Asia. Although separated by decades, thousands of miles, and entirely different circumstances, both groups described encounters with enormous, hairy, upright creatures whose appearance and behavior were astonishingly similar. The first well-known series of encounters unfolded during the summer of 1924 near Mount St. Helens in Washington state. A small group of determined gold prospectors established a cabin deep within a rugged gorge surrounded by dense forest. These men were no strangers to wilderness living and had spent countless hours exploring remote mountain terrain. However, shortly after settling into the area, they began noticing towering figures moving silently through the trees. The creatures appeared to be covered in dark hair, walked upright, and seemed to watch the miners from a distance before gradually becoming increasingly bold. The situation soon escalated into one of the most famous wilderness encounters ever recorded. After one of the prospectors attempted to drive the creatures away, tensions reached a dramatic climax during the night. According to the miners, multiple large beings surrounded the cabin and launched a relentless assault. Heavy rocks crashed onto the roof while powerful impacts shook the walls throughout the darkness. The men remained barricaded inside as they desperately attempted to protect themselves from the mysterious visitors. The creatures demonstrated remarkable strength, coordination, and persistence, continuing their efforts until daylight finally arrived. By morning, the shaken prospectors decided to abandon their claim entirely, convinced they had encountered an unknown species unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The isolated canyon where these extraordinary events occurred eventually became known as Ape Canyon, and the story has endured for generations as one of the most remarkable wilderness mysteries in North American history. The descriptions provided by the miners painted a picture of powerful, intelligent beings that defended their territory with surprising organization and determination. Several decades later, remarkably similar reports began emerging from a completely different part of the world. During the Vietnam War, soldiers operating in the dense mountain jungles frequently described encounters with enormous ape-like creatures unlike any recognized wildlife native to the region. The troops eventually gave these mysterious beings the nickname rock apes because of one unusual behavior that appeared repeatedly throughout numerous reports. Unlike ordinary wild animals that typically avoided human activity, these creatures reportedly stood their ground whenever patrols entered their territory. Witnesses described towering figures covered in reddish-brown hair, moving confidently on two legs through the thick jungle vegetation. Many accounts stated that the creatures displayed obvious intelligence and reacted aggressively by throwing large rocks with impressive force and remarkable accuracy. Their behavior surprised seasoned soldiers who were already accustomed to operating under extremely challenging conditions. Some reports described confusion during jungle patrols as both American and North Vietnamese forces occasionally mistook the mysterious figures for opposing troops moving through dense vegetation. Only after closer observation did witnesses realize they were looking at something entirely different. The creatures reportedly moved with incredible speed through terrain that proved challenging even for experienced soldiers, disappearing almost effortlessly into the thick jungle once the encounters ended. The similarities between the reports from Ape Canyon and Vietnam are difficult to ignore. In both locations, witnesses described massive upright creatures covered in hair, displaying exceptional physical strength, remarkable intelligence, and an unmistakable tendency to defend their territory by throwing large rocks. Rather than behaving like ordinary wildlife, these mysterious beings appeared to understand strategy, coordinate their actions, and deliberately discourage human intruders from remaining within their domain. The Carl Higdon Incident. The encounter experienced by Carl Higdon on the 25th of October, 1974, remains one of the most extraordinary and puzzling accounts in the history of unexplained phenomena. What makes this case so remarkable is not simply the incredible story itself, but the collection of unusual physical evidence that surrounded the event. From an impossible bullet to a mysteriously relocated vehicle and unexpected medical changes, the incident continues to stand apart from many other reports because it combined an astonishing personal experience with tangible mysteries that investigators struggled to explain. At the time of the encounter, Carl Higdon was an experienced oilfield foreman and an accomplished outdoorsman who was thoroughly familiar with the rugged landscapes of Wyoming. On what was expected to be an ordinary elk hunting trip near the northern boundary of Medicine Bow National Forest, nothing suggested that the day would become one of the most discussed events in modern UFO history. While exploring the forest, Higdon spotted a herd of elk and selected a large bull as his target. Raising his Remington 7mm Magnum rifle, he carefully took aim before pulling the trigger. Instead of hearing the familiar sharp report of the rifle, something impossible unfolded before his eyes. The sound seemed to vanish entirely, replaced by an eerie silence. Even more astonishing, the bullet appeared to emerge from the barrel in extreme slow motion. Rather than traveling at tremendous speed, it drifted forward for only a short distance before falling harmlessly to the forest floor, as though every trace of its energy had somehow disappeared. Confused and unsettled, Higdon walked toward the strange bullet to inspect what had happened. As he approached the area, the surrounding forest became unnaturally quiet. Moments later, a tall humanoid figure stepped out from the nearby trees. Standing well over 6 feet in height, the being wore what appeared to be a sleek black one-piece suit secured by a metallic belt displaying a bright yellow star. Its appearance was unlike anything Higdon had ever seen. The figure had no visible chin, eyebrows, or ears. Instead of ordinary teeth, 2 long fangs protruded from its mouth, while coarse hair extended vertically from its head. Most unusual of all were its arms, which ended in narrow, rod-like appendages instead of hands. The mysterious visitor introduced itself as Osso-1 and calmly communicated with Higdon before offering him a small, transparent packet containing 4 green pills. Feeling an overwhelming sense of trust, Higdon consumed one of the pills. Shortly afterward, a transparent cube-shaped craft appeared nearby without any visible wings, engines, or means of propulsion. According to Higdon, both he and the elk he had been observing entered the unusual craft, where the animal appeared completely motionless, suspended in an unchanging state. Osso-1 explained that they were traveling to his home planet, located approximately 163,000 light-years from Earth. Despite the unimaginable distance, the journey seemed almost instantaneous. Upon arrival, Higdon described a spectacular landscape illuminated by the brilliant light of 3 suns. Towering structures stretched across the horizon, while numerous other humanoid beings moved throughout the advanced environment. After a brief and painless medical examination, the visitors concluded that Higdon did not possess the qualities they had been searching for, and preparations were made to return him home. Just over 2 hours after disappearing, Higdon suddenly found himself back on Earth. Cold, confused, and unable to remember who he was, he wandered through a remote canyon until a large search effort eventually located him. While the strange experience alone would have been extraordinary, investigators soon uncovered even more puzzling discoveries. Higdon's heavy 4-wheel drive pickup truck was discovered embedded in thick mud at the bottom of an isolated canyon, far from any usable road. The surrounding terrain was so steep and heavily wooded that there appeared to be no practical way the vehicle could have reached its location under normal circumstances. Recovering the truck required specialized equipment and considerable effort, leaving many people wondering how it had arrived there in the first place. Medical examinations revealed additional surprises. A persistent lung infection that had troubled Higdon for months before the encounter had completely disappeared. Doctors also identified unusual changes within his blood chemistry that gradually returned to normal over the following days. Meanwhile, investigators recovered the same bullet that had fallen from the rifle. Laboratory examinations reportedly showed that the projectile had undergone an extraordinary internal deformation, with its lead core appearing to have turned inside out in a manner that specialists considered impossible to reproduce through conventional impact. The mysterious case of Rosalind Ballingall. The mysterious disappearance of Rosalind Ballingall remains one of South Africa's most haunting unsolved cases. A young woman of striking beauty and deep internal complexities, Rosalind vanished without a trace in August 1969 during a retreat to the Knysna forests. Decades later, her story is still remembered for its strange twists, lingering questions, and tragic possibilities. At the time of her disappearance, Rosalind was a tall, ethereal figure standing 6 feet tall, with long red blonde hair and piercing blue-green eyes. Those who knew her described her as captivating, with a beauty that recalled the romantic style of the pre-Raphaelite era. Yet behind this surface, Rosalind struggled with insecurity and emotional turbulence. She often appeared shy, distant, and emotionally withdrawn. Many of her classmates at the University of Cape Town, where she was studying drama, noticed this aura about her. It later became widely known that she was part of a group of counterculture students called the Cosmic Butterfly, who were known for their experimental approach to life, including the use of psychedelics and non-traditional social norms. Born on December 30th, 1949, in Lusaka, then part of northern Rhodesia, modern-day Zambia, Rosalind grew up in a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Horace Ballingall, held a senior executive role in the mining industry, and the family eventually settled in the affluent Johannesburg suburb of Northcliffe. Rosalind had 2 siblings, including her sister Miranda, who also attended the University of Cape Town. Though intelligent and artistic, Rosalind's path was winding. She graduated from secondary school in 1966, but did not begin her formal studies in drama until 1969, with an unexplained gap in between. During her time at the University of Cape Town, she lived in De Waterkant, a diverse and unconventional neighborhood in Greenpoint that attracted a wide array of people, artists and students living on the fringes of apartheid-era society. The bohemian lifestyle she embraced there likely shaped many of her personal and emotional experiences during that period. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, Rosalind's mood reportedly began to deteriorate. Despite her early success in a university ballet production titled M, she was given a smaller role in a later play, Pantalese. This apparent setback, combined with ongoing personal struggles, seemed to plunge her deeper into sadness. Concerned for her well-being, two acquaintances, Tanya Geffen and Sasha Sergeyev, a musician known for his introspective Dylan-like persona, invited her to join them on a retreat to a cottage in the Knisna forests. The three arrived at the remote cottage in Fizantehok on August 11, 1969. They spent time discussing spiritual and philosophical topics, including passages from the Book of Revelation, a conversation some speculate was linked to a planned psychedelic experience. But the next morning, on August 12th, Rosalind left the cottage at 9 in the morning, dressed lightly in jeans, a jersey, and sandals. She took a Bible and told her friends she was going for a walk. The last known people to see her were two staff members at the cottage, to whom she asked directions to a church. Shortly afterward, a gardener saw her cross the lawn and walk into the forest. When she failed to return by nightfall, her companions grew worried, but knowing her tendency to wander, they assumed she would come back on her own. They waited until the next morning, August 13th, to contact authorities. By then, rain had washed away potential tracks, and crucial hours had been lost. The search effort faced additional setbacks. When police arrived, they found Sasha playing his flute at the back of the cottage, believing music might call Rosalind back. Furthermore, neither Sasha nor Tanya could initially recall Rosalind's surname, delaying notification to her family. Police initiated a massive search involving locals, trackers, and dogs, but the dense underbrush of the forest made the search extremely difficult. It was concluded that if Rosalind had indeed entered the forest, she would have become disoriented quickly. There was also speculation that she may have reached the national road, roughly 6 kilometers from the cottage. If so, she might have left the area entirely, either by choice or through an encounter with someone unknown. The official search was called off on August 26, 1969, leaving only questions behind. Theories emerged. Perhaps she became lost and was unable to survive the wilderness, or perhaps she wandered off in a drug-induced state and suffered an accident. Some feared foul play, and unsubstantiated rumors of love triangles and unplanned pregnancy circulated in private circles and the press. One woman claimed that a person in the UK who knew the Ballingall family refused to speak about Rosalind's disappearance, suggesting ominously that revealing the truth would endanger her. But no concrete leads ever surfaced. Over the years, numerous alleged sightings of Rosalind were reported. She was said to have been seen walking with someone on the road, visiting a post office, or even appearing as a mysterious passenger in a vehicle. Each of these reports was investigated and dismissed as mistaken identity or unverified accounts. What continues to confound those who remember the case is how thoroughly Rosalind vanished. No trace of her body or belongings was ever recovered. Despite extensive efforts from her family and authorities, she seemingly disappeared into thin air. The absence of closure has left her story open to a variety of interpretations, some rational, others veering into the mystical or conspiratorial. Rosalind Ballingall's disappearance remains emblematic of a time and generation shaped by social upheaval, personal exploration, and existential searching. Her beauty, fragility, and poetic spirit have made her something of a tragic figure, a person caught between two worlds, the real and the imagined. Whether she met with misfortune in the Knisna forest or chose a new path away from her previous life, the truth remains elusive. In the years since, her case has become a somber reminder of how even in a world filled with people, someone can simply vanish. Her family never received the answers they longed for, and her friends were left with memories and what-ifs. Rosalind Ballingall's story endures not just because of its mystery, but because it speaks to the complexity of human emotion, identity, and the search for meaning in a world that does not always offer clear answers. Hiker makes a strange discovery. While hiking through the peaceful woods of Berkeley-Jackson County Park in New York, James Rankin stumbled upon something deeply unsettling. What began as a casual nature walk quickly transformed into a bizarre and eerie experience that has since caught the attention of both the public and local authorities. Rankin, curious about an overgrown trail near a residential area, decided to explore deeper into the woods. As he made his way through the dense trees, he started noticing something unusual. Pinned to the trunks of various trees were laminated posters, around 25 of them, all displaying the faces and names of people who had gone missing. Each poster was carefully protected inside a transparent plastic sleeve, suggesting that someone had taken the time to preserve them from the weather. Rankin immediately recognized the strangeness of the display. These weren't fictional names or prank posters, they were genuine missing persons cases. The discovery sent chills down his spine, especially when he noticed that the names on the posters matched real-life cases, some of which had garnered national attention. One poster was for Tara Grinstead, a beauty queen and high school teacher who vanished in 2005. Another featured Brenda Heist, who had been missing for over a decade before she unexpectedly resurfaced. The detail and accuracy of the posters left Rankin disturbed, wondering who would create such a display and why. Not far from the poster-laden trees, Rankin discovered what seemed to be a makeshift campsite. It was arranged in a circular fashion, complete with a large tent, a campfire setup, and signs of recent activity such as food and various items. However, there was no one in sight. The campsite looked lived in but temporarily abandoned, adding a sense of immediacy and mystery to the already strange situation. Rankin captured the entire scene on video and later shared it on Facebook, where it quickly went viral. His footage showed the haunting atmosphere of the site and raised concerns among viewers about its true purpose. Bothered by the implications, Rankin reported the incident to local law enforcement. However, the response he received only added to his unease. He was reportedly told that the posters were part of an upcoming Halloween display, meant to serve as spooky decorations for a seasonal party. This explanation didn't sit well with Rankin, who pointed out that the posters appeared weathered and had clearly been hanging there for some time. In addition, Halloween was still nearly a month away, making the timing of the setup questionable at best. The Suffolk County Police later confirmed that they had received a report from Rankin regarding a suspicious finding in the park. They stated that the matter was currently active, but declined to release further information. The lack of clear communication and resolution only fueled speculation online, where users debated whether the explanation about a Halloween party was simply a convenient cover story. What truly unsettled many people was the meticulous nature of the display. The posters were not haphazardly thrown together, nor were they generic Halloween props. They were replicas of actual missing persons posters, complete with dates, names, and photographs. To those who viewed the video and followed the case, it seemed unlikely that someone would go to such lengths for a casual seasonal decoration, especially in such a remote and hidden part of the woods. The incident sparked widespread discussion about the line between artistic expression, seasonal displays, and disturbing behavior. While it is not uncommon for Halloween setups to lean into themes of mystery or fear, using real missing persons cases, especially unresolved ones, can feel disrespectful and potentially exploitative. For the families and loved ones of those still missing, seeing their stories used in such a context could be painful and upsetting. Whether or not the site was intended as a Halloween prank, an artistic installation, or something more serious remains unclear. Rankin's discovery reminds us that even in places meant for peace and recreation, strange and unexplained phenomena can still unfold. The incident raises important questions about sensitivity, intention, and how far people are willing to go to create an eerie atmosphere. As of now, the so-called Shrine in the Woods of Berkeley-Jackson County Park continues to raise eyebrows. The police investigation is ongoing, and no one has claimed responsibility for the posters or the campsite. For James Rankin and those who have followed his story, the unsettling feeling lingers. It remains a haunting reminder that sometimes the most disturbing things are not found in stories or legends, but in the quiet, shadowed places just beyond the edge of the familiar. The mysterious origins of this stone pillar. In the vast and rugged wilderness of northern New Mexico, where the history of ancient civilizations, colonial explorers, and indigenous peoples intertwines, historian Louis Cerner uncovered a mystery that continues to defy explanation. A native of Springer and Cimarron, Cerner has dedicated his retirement years to documenting the stories and heritage of the region he calls home. But in 2013, during what seemed to be an ordinary visit to a local hotel, Cerner found himself at the center of one of New Mexico's most intriguing historical puzzles, a mysterious stone pillar covered in unfamiliar symbols. The discovery took place in the lobby of the St. James Hotel in Cimarron, a historic building known for its Old West legacy. While browsing the lobby, Cerner's eyes were drawn to a white stone tucked away in the corner. At first glance, the object resembled a marker of some kind, and the front desk clerk casually explained it was a Santa Fe trail marker. But Cerner, whose studies and travels had taken him far beyond the borders of New Mexico, immediately recognized something unusual. The stone bore carvings and symbols that were unfamiliar in local historical context. Most notably, it featured Templar crosses, emblems deeply associated with the Middle East and the era of the Crusades. The sight ignited Cerner's curiosity. He took photographs, examined the pillar from every angle, and began to question its origins. Why would a stone that appeared to bear Middle Eastern religious or cultural symbols be located in a New Mexico hotel? Who brought it here, and for what purpose? Cerner doubted the Spanish or early European settlers were responsible. The style and craftsmanship seemed out of place. It reminded him more of sacred objects tied to the Knights Templar and ancient temples of Jerusalem. Driven to learn more, Cerner traced the stone's presence at the hotel back to 1987, when a local rancher reportedly found it and brought it into town. According to one version of the story, told to Cerner by former hotel owner Ed Sitzberger, the rancher, Milton McDaniel, had discovered the pillar in the Valle Vidal area while scouting grazing land. Uncertain of its significance, McDaniel brought it back to Cimarron, where it was displayed in the hotel lobby as an artifact of curiosity. However, a member of the McDaniel family later contacted a news outlet to dispute this account, suggesting the stone had been found on their private property, not in the Valle Vidal. The ambiguity surrounding the pillar's origin only deepened the mystery. Cerner reached out to archaeologists, historians, and religious scholars in search of answers. He contacted institutions like the University of New Mexico and the Office of the State Historian, hoping someone would take interest in the unique find, but his efforts were largely met with silence or disinterest. Experts hesitated to weigh in, especially since the stone was no longer in its original location. Without it being in situ or found and studied in place, some researchers dismissed it as potentially inauthentic or not worthy of official inquiry. Yet Cerner's investigation didn't end there. After years of persistence, he eventually connected with an archaeologist from the Cuesta district of the Carson National Forest. To his astonishment, the archaeologist confirmed the existence of a second stone pillar, still in its original location, in a small cemetery within the Valle Vidal. Like the first, this pillar displayed similar carvings and design, suggesting a connection between the two. Though the location has been kept secret to prevent vandalism, the second pillar provided crucial validation that Cerner's discovery was not an isolated artifact. Unlike typical gravestones, this second pillar bore no names, dates, or conventional memorial inscriptions. Cerner believes that settlers or trappers may have misinterpreted the pillar's sacred appearance and buried their dead near it out of respect or superstition. He is convinced that both stones are relics from another time and place, objects brought to New Mexico from the Middle East, possibly as part of a secret colonization effort or symbolic message. Cerner has identified several key features that reinforce his theory: the Templar crosses, the architectural shapes resembling parapets found in ancient temples, and symbols like cups, stars, and even what may be a menorah or an Egyptian sun symbol, all suggest religious or spiritual significance. He has consulted with rabbis and historians who have offered additional insights into the iconography. Some have speculated the carvings may represent sacred messages or be part of a navigational code intended for those who followed. To Cerner, the message behind the pillars remains open to interpretation. He believes they were placed deliberately, possibly as a signpost for a forgotten mission or community. The 8-point star carved into one of the pillars is especially meaningful. Used by the Knights Templar and other ancient orders, the symbol represents balance, harmony, and spiritual awakening. It is not a stretch to imagine it being used to mark a sacred location or a hidden path. What frustrates Cerner is the lack of support he has received from official channels. Without institutional interest or resources, his investigation remains mostly a personal endeavor. Despite this, he remains committed to uncovering the truth. At his age, he feels the urgency of solving the mystery before time runs out, but he also hopes his work will inspire future researchers to pick up where he leaves off. In the end, Louis Cerna's discovery and tireless pursuit of answers serve as a reminder that even in well-traveled regions, mysteries from the past can still emerge. Whether the stone pillars were left behind by early explorers, religious emissaries, or others lost to history, they have captured the imagination of one dedicated historian, and perhaps one day they will reveal their secrets to the world. The mysterious disappearance of Carl Herbert Landers from Mount Shasta. Carl Herbert Landers, a 69-year-old man from Orinda, California, set out on May 21, 1999, with the goal of summiting Mount Shasta, a towering peak located north of Sacramento. Accompanied by two close friends, Milton Gaines and Barry Gilmore, both members of the Orinda Roadrunners, Landers was prepared for a challenging but rewarding climb. He was an experienced outdoorsman and had trained for the expedition, making his sudden and complete disappearance all the more baffling. Landers and his friends camped at Lake Helen, an 8,800-foot elevation site commonly used by climbers attempting to summit Mount Shasta. The group planned to take a gradual approach, acclimating themselves to the altitude before making their final push to the summit. However, Landers began to feel unwell at the camp. His two companions suggested that he take an early start on the hike while they caught up with him later. They assumed he would move at a slower pace due to his condition, giving them time to overtake him before reaching the summit. That was the last time anyone ever saw him. When Landers failed to return to base camp or show any signs of making contact, concern quickly grew. His two friends began searching for him but found no indication of where he had gone. When he did not reappear, local authorities were contacted and a full-scale search operation was launched. Despite the swift response, no evidence of Landers' whereabouts could be found. The search effort was extensive, involving professional mountain rescue teams and experienced searchers who were familiar with Mount Shasta's terrain. The operation was led by veteran search and rescue expert Grizz Adams, who had over 20 years of experience in locating missing hikers. Multiple agencies participated, including the U.S. Forest Service, local sheriff's offices, and volunteer groups. A California Highway Patrol helicopter equipped with an infrared sensing device was deployed to scan the rugged landscape for any heat signatures that might indicate Landers' location. Two National Guard helicopters were also brought in to assist in covering the vast and treacherous terrain. Searchers combed through trails, cliffs, and crevices, following every possible lead. They scoured the likely paths Landers would have taken, checked dangerous fall zones, and inspected creeks and snowfields. Volunteers and fellow hikers joined the search, hoping to find any clue that might explain what happened to him. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no trace of Landers was ever found. There were no footprints, discarded items, or any signs that he had wandered off the main trail. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Landers' disappearance remains one of the most perplexing mysteries associated with Mount Shasta. The region has long been the subject of folklore and strange occurrences, with reports of unexplained disappearances dating back decades. Some speculate that Mount Shasta's unpredictable weather conditions or hidden crevasses could have swallowed Landers, but given the extensive search efforts, it remains unclear why no evidence was ever discovered. His case bears eerie similarities to the disappearance of John Nezza, an 80-year-old climber who vanished on Mount Shasta on July 17, 1965. Nezza was a seasoned climber who had summited the mountain over 40 times. On the day he disappeared, he left most of his gear behind at the Sierra Club cabin at Horse Camp, intending to complete what should have been a routine climb. Last seen near Lake Helen, the same area where Landers was last spotted, Nezza disappeared without a trace. Searchers at the time followed reports of buzzards circling the Red Banks area above Lake Helen, believing they might be scavenging remains, but nothing was ever found. Despite similarities between their disappearances, no concrete connection has been established between Landers and Nezza's cases. Both men were experienced climbers and were last seen in the same general area, yet no definitive explanation exists for what happened to them. Some believe that the high-altitude environment and treacherous terrain of Mount Shasta may conceal dangers that make recovery efforts nearly impossible. Others suggest that disorientation or altitude sickness could have played a role, leading them to wander into inaccessible regions of the mountain. Over the years, Mount Shasta has developed a reputation for unusual disappearances, leading to speculation beyond natural causes. Some theories involve hidden underground caves, sudden weather changes, or even supernatural elements that have long been associated with the mountain. While such ideas remain speculative, the complete lack of physical evidence in cases like Landa's disappearance fuels the mystery. Even after 25 years, not a single clue has surfaced regarding what happened to Landers. His family and friends have been left without answers, and those who participated in the search remain haunted by the fact that an experienced hiker could disappear so completely, despite an extensive and immediate search effort. To this day, Carl Lander's disappearance remains one of the most baffling cases in Mount Shasta's history. It serves as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of nature and the unknown forces that sometimes surround those who venture into the wilderness. The mystery of Joshua Maddox. In 2008, Joshua Maddox, then 18, was a typical Coloradoan living in Teller County's Pike National Forest. He loved nature and hiking, so when he left to go on a walk one day, nobody thought anything of it until he failed to return that night. For months after Josh vanished, people conducted searches all throughout the region in the hopes of finding him alive, or at the very least, learning more about his possible whereabouts. He was on the missing persons list for years, nevertheless, and was never located. In an apparently unconnected sequence of events, a builder chose to demolish an old, dilapidated cottage in the woods that had been abandoned for more than 10 years in order to start developing the land it stood on in 2015. The builder entered the cabin for the first time in a long time before it was demolished, to make sure everything was in working order. He noted that the cabin smelled strongly of rot and decay, but he put it down to the numerous animals that had taken up residence in the dilapidated structure over the years. However, as the demolition process began, with the chimney being disassembled in order to salvage the bricks, workmen were shocked to find a young man's body inside, which they assumed was the cause of the stench. Joshua Maddox's body was positively identified by his dental records, which the police and coroner used to identify and remove the remains. Given that Maddox was discovered in a fetal posture, with his feet above his head and his legs curled up under his chest, detectives surmised that he may have become stuck while attempting to explore the abandoned building. There are many who disagree with the coroner's estimate, despite the fact that the autopsy revealed no signs of trauma or suspicious chemicals and declared the passing to be accidental. For instance, the heavy breakfast bar that had been forcefully taken from the wall and dragged in front of the chimney to hide it had vanished, as had the heavy metal grate that had covered it. The fact that Joshua willingly went up the chimney head first and that his clothes were discovered folded inside the cottage close to the fireplace further puzzled people. When he'd entered the chimney, all he had on was a light thermal shirt. The authorities never found out what had really happened, and the case is still unsolved. The mysterious Gedi ruins. Tucked away in a dense forest along the coast of Kenya, near the Indian Ocean, lie the mysterious Gedi ruins, a haunting remnant of a once thriving, advanced civilization. These ruins have challenged the long-standing stereotype that African civilizations were technologically behind their global counterparts. In fact, the remains of Gedi present a different narrative. One of innovation, connectivity, and architectural sophistication that dates as far back as the 13th century. Archaeological findings at Gedi have revealed surprising technological advances for a medieval African town. The structures discovered include intricate homes, mosques, a palace, and carefully laid out streets that reflect a highly organized urban setting. More impressively, some of the homes were equipped with flushing toilets and running water systems, a level of infrastructure rarely associated with settlements from this period in East Africa. The design and layout of the town suggest a people who were not only resourceful, but also deeply concerned with hygiene, planning, and efficient communal living. The residents of Gedi are believed to have been Muslim traders, part of the larger Swahili culture that spanned the East African coastline. Artifacts discovered at the site, such as beads from Venice, porcelain from China, and glassware from Persia, strongly suggest that the town was integrated into a far-reaching global trade network. This cross-cultural exchange indicates a flourishing economy and a society that was open to the world, connected to far-off regions through maritime commerce. It also points to the prosperity of the inhabitants and the cultural richness of the community. Yet, despite its advancement and apparent success, something puzzling occurred. By the 17th century, the people of Gedi had vanished. The town was suddenly abandoned, left to the jungle, which has since consumed much of its former glory. The departure was so complete and abrupt that it left no known written records, no personal documents, and no definitive clues about why such a place would be left behind. Several theories have been proposed over the years to explain Gedi's disappearance. One possibility is invasion. Some historians have speculated that a hostile enemy might have overtaken the city, forcing its inhabitants to flee or leaving them unable to return. However, there is no clear archaeological evidence of violence or destruction, no scorched structures, no weapons, and no signs of mass conflict. The town appears to have been left intact, albeit empty, which casts doubt on the idea of an aggressive takeover. Another hypothesis involves environmental change. Given Gedi's dependence on access to fresh water, it's been suggested that the Indian Ocean's coastline may have receded, affecting the local water table and rendering the town's wells unusable. If true, this could have prompted a slow exodus as life became unsustainable. However, without direct evidence of such geological shifts at the time, this remains purely speculative. Some believe that foreign travelers, possibly European explorers or traders, might have unintentionally brought an illness with them, one to which the local population had no immunity. The idea that a contagious sickness spread quickly through the population and left the town deserted fits some historical patterns seen in other regions. Still, there are no burial sites, bones, or other physical remnants to support this notion at Gedi. The lack of written documentation about the town adds another layer to the mystery. Most major Swahili cities had some form of written tradition, and considering the advanced nature of Gedi, it seems unusual that no written texts, records, or inscriptions were left behind. The silence in the historical record has led some to believe that Gedi may have been deliberately hidden or its story intentionally erased, though by whom and for what reason remains unknown. Today, the Gedi ruins are protected as a historical site and remain a source of fascination for archaeologists, historians, and travelers alike. Moss-covered walls and half-standing arches peek through the thick undergrowth, offering a ghostly glimpse into a lost world. The area maintains an aura of mystery, enhanced by local legends that speak of spirits guarding the ruins and sacred grounds best left undisturbed. What makes Gedi particularly compelling is not just its sudden disappearance, but the questions it raises about African history and the broader human story. The ruins remind us that Africa has long held civilizations of great complexity, connected through trade and culture to the rest of the world. They challenge simplified narratives and encourage deeper exploration into the rich tapestry of African heritage. In the absence of clear answers, Gedi's story continues to inspire curiosity. It invites modern scholars to question assumptions and search for forgotten chapters of history that have been overlooked or underestimated. Whether the town was abandoned due to natural causes, health crises, or social pressures, its remains stand as a monument to human achievement, resilience, and the mysteries that time refuses to fully explain. The mystery of Anton Pilipa. The mysterious case of Anton Pilipa is one of the most astonishing and heart-stirring stories of human endurance and resilience in recent years. A man who vanished from his life in Vancouver, Canada in 2012, Anton reappeared 5 years later in one of the most unexpected places on Earth, the Amazon rainforest of Brazil. His journey spanned over 6,500 miles across at least 10 countries, mostly on foot, and largely without the basic necessities many would consider essential for survival. Anton Pilipa, a former humanitarian worker, had been known for his compassionate nature and dedication to helping others. Throughout his early life, he worked for various organizations across Canada. However, over time, he began facing challenges with his health, which made daily life increasingly difficult. His family, deeply concerned, tried to support him as best they could, but when Anton disappeared in 2012 without leaving any explanation, it left his loved ones devastated and searching for answers. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and eventually, years passed without a single clue. As time wore on, the hope that he might be found alive slowly faded. That hope was suddenly reignited shortly after Christmas, 5 years after his disappearance, when the Brazilian authorities contacted Anton's family. A police officer named Helenis Campos had spotted a disheveled man walking barefoot down a dirt road in the Amazon region. Something about him seemed different from the local population. His light features, foreign demeanor, and his silence all raised questions. Initially mistaking him for a beggar, Officer Campos felt compelled to help and decided to investigate further. With the help of international agencies and consulates, she was eventually able to identify the man as Anton Pilipa. The revelation was nothing short of miraculous for his family. They were stunned to learn that not only was Anton alive, but he had somehow made an unimaginable journey across multiple countries and survived the perils of nature almost entirely unaided. Anton's trek took him through the United States, Mexico, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Venezuela, Argentina, and finally, into Brazil. Without a passport or identification, it's still unclear how he managed to cross so many borders without being detained. His journey was not glamorous or easy. He traveled mostly barefoot, lived off foraged fruits and berries, rummaged through trash for food and clothing, and occasionally caught rides on trucks as a stowaway. He faced theft, exposure to harsh climates, and the risk of dangerous wildlife such as venomous snakes, wild cats, and insects in the jungle. Yet despite all of this, he kept moving. When asked why he made the journey, Anton's answer was both puzzling and poignant. He claimed his goal had been to reach the National Library of Buenos Aires in Argentina. The library held some sort of mysterious significance for him, perhaps symbolic, perhaps spiritual. However, when he finally arrived, he was denied entry due to having no identification. Undeterred, but with his goal out of reach, Anton simply moved on, eventually heading into Brazil. During his time on the road, Anton remained largely isolated. Despite being surrounded by people in cities and villages, he was unable to communicate much due to the language barrier. Though he spent years in South America, he never learned to speak Spanish or Portuguese. Still, he insisted he never truly felt alone. He described his time traveling as a period of deep thought and simplicity, where he came to believe that human beings need very little to survive. What kept him going remains somewhat of a mystery. Some believe it was his inner strength and spirit. Others think it may have been driven by the challenges he was facing. He admitted he received both kindness and hostility on his journey, with some strangers offering help while others took what little he had. In his own words, he experienced hardship, but also remarkable generosity. Anton's return to society was not without its difficulties. After being discovered, he was temporarily housed in a Brazilian health facility to await his family's arrival. Years of solitude, exposure to the elements, and a life lived in constant survival mode had taken a toll. He found the transition back to an indoor life difficult, but once reunited with his brother, sister-in-law, and nieces and nephews, his recovery slowly began. His brother, who flew to Brazil to bring him home, remarked that they had found Anton just in time. Reconnecting with loved ones helped him regain his sense of identity and begin the healing process. Anton himself expressed how fortunate he felt to be alive, to have been found, and to be back with his family. Now living in Toronto, Anton resides with his brother's family, taking steps toward rebuilding his life. His story has captured the attention of people around the world, not just because of the sheer physical challenge of his journey, but because of the emotional depth and mystery that surrounds it. There is a quiet power in his story, one that speaks to the endurance of the human spirit, the mysteries of the mind, and the strange, sometimes surreal twists that real life can take. Though many questions remain unanswered, how exactly he managed to travel so far without documentation, how he survived so many risks, and what truly drove him to leave in the first place, Anton Pilipa's journey continues to inspire. It reminds people that even in a world full of uncertainty and struggle, hope can resurface when least expected, and even the most extraordinary paths may lead back home. Deep within the dense forests, a man stumbled upon a giant wall, a mysterious structure that has sparked intrigue and speculation. The story begins with a man, an avid hiker and amateur archaeologist who frequently explored the Siberian wilderness. On a particularly long expedition in the summer, the man said that he ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. As he navigated through the thick underbrush and towering trees, he came across something utterly unexpected: a massive wall, partially obscured by vegetation but unmistakably artificial in its construction. The wall, which many have said is stretching over a mile in length and standing approximately 20 meters high, appeared to be made of large, tightly fitted stones. Despite the passage of time, the structure showed remarkable integrity, with only minor signs of weathering and erosion. The stones suggest a level of engineering sophistication that seemed incongruous with the known history of the region. The man's discovery quickly attracted attention. After documenting his find with photographs and videos, he shared the information with social media groups in order to get to the bottom of the mysterious structure. A team of archaeologists and historians was assembled to investigate the site, hoping to uncover the origins and purpose of the mysterious wall. The initial examination revealed several intriguing aspects. The discovery of the wall has given rise to numerous theories and speculations. Megalithic stone walls are renowned for their construction techniques, which often involve the precise cutting and fitting of massive stones. Some of these stones weigh several tons, and their placement would have required significant manpower and advanced engineering skills. The stones are typically fitted together with such precision that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. Some researchers believe that certain megalithic walls were constructed as part of religious or ceremonial sites. The precise alignments and orientations of the stones in relation to astronomical events suggest that these structures may have had significant cultural and spiritual importance. The presence of similar construction techniques and architectural styles in different parts of the world raises questions about cultural interconnections and the spread of knowledge. While it is unlikely that these ancient societies had direct contact with each other, the similarities in their constructions suggest parallel developments in engineering and architecture. This phenomenon could be attributed to shared human ingenuity and the universal challenges of building durable structures. One of the most prominent theories suggests that the wall is the remnant of an ancient civilization previously unknown to historians. This civilization, perhaps contemporaneous with or even predating known cultures such as the Scythians or the Mongols, might have constructed the wall for defensive purposes, as a territorial marker, or for ceremonial use. The scale and sophistication of the construction imply a society with advanced engineering capabilities and organizational skills. Some researchers have proposed that the wall could be a natural formation, the result of unique geological processes, or possibly even placed there. They argue that the regularity of the stones and their arrangement could be explained by natural fractures and weathering patterns. However, the precision of the construction and the presence of inscriptions make this theory less convincing to many researchers. In the realm of more speculative theories, some have suggested that the wall could be evidence of extraterrestrial influence. Proponents of this idea point to the inexplicable engineering techniques and the use of non-local materials as indicators that the wall might have been constructed with the assistance of or inspired by visitors. While this theory captures the imagination, it lacks empirical support and is generally not favored by the scientific community. The discovery of the giant wall in Siberia has significant implications for our understanding of history and archaeology. If the wall is indeed the product of an ancient civilization, its discovery could necessitate a re-evaluation of the history of human settlement and development in Siberia. It might reveal new insights into migration patterns, technological advancements, and cultural exchanges in prehistoric times. Such a finding would enrich our understanding of human history and the complexities of early civilizations. The investigation of the wall has also highlighted the importance of integrating modern technology with traditional archaeological methods. Techniques such as ground-penetrating radar, 3D imaging, and drone surveys have been employed to explore the site more comprehensively, allowing researchers to gather detailed data without intrusive excavation. These advancements could revolutionize the field of archaeology, enabling more precise and less invasive exploration of historical sites. This man found 2 mysterious stone spheres. People began speculating about the 2 enormous stone spheres that a man had recently discovered concealed inside a forest. Many explanations have already been offered for what they are, such as being space junk or remnants of an extinct society. Head of the Space Policy Institute scientist Ivan Moiseev clarified that NASA can detect asteroids as small as 2 meters, which is roughly the size of these stone balls. He added that if these had really fallen from space, the Space Institute would have found evidence of them passing through the atmosphere. Alexander Ivanov, the director of the Center for Astronomy and Cosmonautics, agreed with this notion. It has been stated that shortly after their discovery, individuals dressed in military uniforms hit them with hammers. There is currently very little information available on them, but according to one user, the people in question are employed by the local Forest Service, and they damaged the stone spheres as soon as they learned about them. One of the workers said that they did this in order to avoid violations of environmental legislation. Those who live nearby and were aware of the finding opposed this, arguing that the city should have taken them in for inspection or allowed the public to view them. Only a few websites have currently featured this subject, and it's unclear exactly when they were found and why they were destroyed. It's interesting to note that this stone ball reminded several people of Costa Rica's stone spheres. The stone balls have been mentioned numerous times throughout history, and while there is still disagreement on their provenance and their function, some archaeologists have hypothesized that they served as representations of solar systems. These spheres, which are dispersed across Costa Rica's jungles, were first discovered in the Teraba River Delta and have since been located as far north as the Estrella Valley and as far south as the mouth of the Coto Colorado River. The objects were enormous, with most measuring up to 2 meters in diameter and weighing over 16 tons, so it doesn't seem like a simple task. It was once thought that these spheres had a function in that they matched constellations in the sky, and that these tails reflected the constellation from which the gods had come, according to ancient Costa Rican mythology and evidence uncovered by archaeologists. According to amateur scholars who have spent countless years studying these stones, the spheres may have functioned as an early star chart, representing a very particular constellation as described by the ancient gods in an effort to reveal to humankind their home planet when the time was right. Unfortunately, after being found, the Costa Rican stone spheres were either removed from their original site by archaeologists and researchers, or taken by treasure seekers who thought the spheres held gold treasures that could be sold on markets, precious antiques, or ancient artifacts. Because of this, the actual nature and archaeological context of the dispersed spheres are dubious at best. While a small number of stones may still remain in their original locations, hundreds more have either been completely destroyed, taken, or swept away by regional flooding. Despite the potential value of the remaining stones in terms of archaeological context and discovery, the discovery has, for some odd reason, remained mostly unrecognized and unacknowledged since it was made back in the 1940s. Curiously, residents in several parts of Brazil have claimed to have found these in undeveloped regions, only to learn that they had been taken out soon after. Stories such as these have led some people to speculate that the true origins of the spheres are unknown, and that we will never know their true purpose until more investigation can be done. Several people have taken a different approach and suggested that these objects must be of special interest because officials are flown in to investigate and assess the damage shortly after reports of strange objects making contact with the ground. This is not the first time that strange objects have been observed making contact with the ground. Some witnesses who were in the area when these objects made contact with the ground have offered some intriguing theories. They also claim to have seen mysterious lights flashing moments before the objects made contact with the ground, and to have even had a close-up look at the object when it landed a few hundred meters away. The first people on the scene have stated that they are unable to identify the object in issue, but they have noted that the military is nearby and that they will be removing it for everyone's safety. This has occurred in a number of nations, including the UK, Mexico, Brazil, Australia, and the United States. Soon after seeing these items, witnesses expressed confusion over the reason behind the large number of authorities that they saw in the area and stated that the mysterious lights that were observed a few days prior to the object's descent could not be explained by a satellite or meteorite. According to amateur researchers, dense forests appear to be the location of a diverse spectrum of unexplained sightings, as well as unusual encounters that typically remain unexplained. Many people have reported seeing unusual occurrences in these areas over the years, but the lack of explanations has just let people's imaginations run wild. The mysterious Black Pyramid. In the vast, remote wilderness of Alaska, A story has persisted for decades about a massive underground pyramid, one that allegedly rivals or even surpasses the Great Pyramid of Giza in size. Known in whispers and rumors as the Black Pyramid of Alaska, this mysterious structure is said to lie buried beneath the earth, with only a few brave individuals coming forward to share what they claim to know. Among them is Tom DeLonge, a musician and researcher who has dedicated much of his recent work to investigating unexplained aerial phenomena and hidden knowledge. In one of his interviews, DeLonge spoke about a large pyramid located underground in Alaska, a structure allegedly studied in secret by government agencies and defense contractors. The origin of the story traces back to around 1992, when scientists conducting seismic surveys in Alaska reportedly detected an unusual anomaly beneath the surface. This discovery came after a detonation was set off in the region, originally intended to help researchers map the Earth's crust. However, what the seismic equipment recorded was far from ordinary. According to those involved, the shockwaves revealed a solid geometric formation beneath the ground, one that resembled a pyramid. Its size, some said, was twice that of the pyramid at Giza. The discovery stunned the team and triggered further investigation. Among those who stepped forward to share more details was Douglas A. Muchler, a retired U.S. Army officer. Muchler claimed that after the anomaly was detected, the information was briefly covered by a local news outlet, Channel 13 in Anchorage. He said that the broadcast aired once and then mysteriously vanished from public access. When he attempted to contact the station for more information or a copy of the broadcast, he was told that no such footage existed and advised not to pursue the matter further. Despite this, Muchler claimed that others remembered seeing the broadcast and even recounted specific details, suggesting that something unusual had indeed aired before being quietly removed. DeLonge elaborated on this story during an interview, saying that the pyramid was not only real, but had been actively studied for decades. According to him, a high-level defense contractor confided to one of his sources that the pyramid was not simply a structure, but possibly a device. Though not active, this device was allegedly believed to affect human consciousness, perhaps even suppress it. The claim added another layer of mystery, raising questions about the purpose of such a construct and the implications it might have if its function were fully understood. Over the years, the story has taken on an almost mythological quality. While no public excavation or official acknowledgement has occurred, the idea of a buried pyramid in Alaska continues to intrigue. Residents near the supposed location, which some believe is not far from Valdez, have shared stories of unusual activity in the area. There are reports of strange lights in the sky, unusual animal behavior, and even unexplained disappearances, adding fuel to the mystery. While none of these phenomena can be directly tied to the alleged pyramid, they contribute to an atmosphere of secrecy and wonder. Many researchers and enthusiasts believe that the disappearance of the original news coverage and the silence from official channels are signs of deliberate suppression. According to them, stories like this are sometimes quietly buried when they touch on sensitive subjects that certain authorities prefer to keep out of public discussion. The lack of follow-up, combined with first-hand accounts and corroborative memories from locals, suggests that something out of the ordinary may have taken place in 1992. Despite the compelling nature of the claims, there has been no physical evidence released to the public to confirm the existence of the Alaskan pyramid. No photos, no coordinates, and no official geological surveys have been shared that point directly to such a structure. Still, for many, the consistent details and the credibility of those who have come forward give the story weight. The account of Muchler, along with DeLonge's research and claims, keeps the conversation alive. The idea of a hidden pyramid beneath the Alaskan wilderness touches on deeper human curiosities. It challenges our understanding of ancient history, human potential, and what may lie beneath the surface, literally and metaphorically. Whether the story is an undiscovered truth, an elaborate legend, or a mix of both, it serves as a powerful reminder that the world still holds mysteries waiting to be explored. For now, the Black Pyramid of Alaska remains unverified and hidden, if it exists at all, but it continues to inspire questions, research, and speculation. In a world increasingly mapped and measured, stories like this offer a sense of wonder and the possibility that some secrets are still deeply buried, waiting for the right moment or the right people to uncover them. The mystery of the Urauli. In the remote forests of southwestern Alaska, particularly near the region of Lake Iliamna, tales have long circulated about a mysterious creature known as the Urauli. Described as towering ape-like beings standing nearly 10 feet tall, the Urauli are said to roam silently among the trees, shrouded in long, shaggy fur and glowing eyes that pierce through the dense woodland fog. These creatures have fascinated and puzzled both locals and cryptid researchers for generations, blending folklore with a sense of eerie possibility that continues to capture imaginations. According to legend, the Urauli are not aggressive or malevolent beings. Unlike other mysterious entities in Alaskan folklore, such as the Kushtaka from southeastern Alaska, who are often portrayed as mischievous or even dangerous shapeshifters, the Urauli are generally considered to be peaceful and gentle. Their high-pitched cries, which resemble the haunting call of a loon, echo through the trees and across the lakes, enhancing their ghost-like presence. The most distinctive feature of these creatures is their incredibly long arms, which are said to hang all the way down to their ankles, adding to their surreal and otherworldly appearance. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Urauli myth is the idea that these beings were once human children. As the story goes, individuals who wander too far into the woods at night may become lost, and over time undergo a transformation into these forest giants. Whether taken literally or symbolically, this tale likely served as a cautionary tool meant to protect young ones from the dangers of the wilderness. In a land where dense forests and vast uninhabited stretches of land are the norm, such stories could easily take root and evolve over generations. Similarities between the Urauli and other cryptids have not gone unnoticed. One particularly notable comparison is with the creature known as the hairy man, which has reportedly been seen near Valdez, Alaska. Like the Urauli, the hairy man is described as a tall, fur-covered humanoid being with features reminiscent of the widely known Bigfoot. However, there are key differences between the two. Reports suggest that the hairy man displays more aggressive behavior, whereas the Urauli are portrayed as more elusive and harmless. Additionally, sightings of the hairy man often imply that there may be more than one, whereas stories of the Urauli tend to center on individual encounters. Despite a lack of physical evidence, belief in the Urauli persists in Alaskan communities. Some attribute sightings to natural phenomena, mistaken identities, or even the blending of cultural memory and imagination. Still, the consistent details, luminescent eyes, lanky limbs, the cry of a loon, form a striking image that is hard to dismiss entirely. Whether a misunderstood creature of the wilderness, a figure born from traditional storytelling, or something yet unexplained, the Urauli remains an enduring symbol of Alaska's mystique and the deep connection between its people and the land. For many, the Urauli represents more than a legend. It is a reflection of the awe and respect that the natural world inspires, its beauty, its danger, and its enduring mysteries. Whether viewed as folklore or potential reality, the Urauli continues to stir curiosity and wonder, reminding all who hear its story of the vast, unknown secrets that still lie hidden within the Alaskan wilderness. The strange case of Amy and Scott Fandel. The disappearance of Amy and Scott Fandel from Sterling, Alaska, remains one of the most baffling unsolved mysteries in the state's history. On the night of September 5, 1978, the two siblings vanished from their rural cabin home, leaving behind more questions than answers. At the time, Scott was 13 years old and Amy was just 8. They lived with their mother, Margaret, in a modest cabin tucked away in the woods near Scout Lake Road and the Sterling Highway. The location, secluded and surrounded by dense forest, made the disappearance even more unsettling. The family's life had been marked by recent emotional strain. Margaret and her husband, Roger Fandel, had gone through a difficult divorce. Roger had left Alaska and moved to Arizona, while Margaret continued to raise the siblings alone. She worked long hours as a waitress, and the siblings were often unsupervised during her shifts. Despite the challenges, Margaret, Scott, and Amy were doing their best to maintain a sense of normalcy and stability. On the evening of their disappearance, Margaret and her sister Kathy Schonfelder took the siblings to a local bar and restaurant known as Good Time Charlie's. It was a casual night out, and sometime between 10 and 10:30 in the evening, Margaret and Kathy walked the siblings back to the cabin. The plan was for the two women to return to the bar for a while longer, while Scott and Amy stayed home. The cabin's front door lock did not work properly, and due to the location in a wooded area, the home was not visible from the road. Margaret reminded them not to stay up too late before she and Kathy left again. Shortly after being dropped off, Scott and Amy went next door to play at the Lupton family's house. They were close friends and often spent time together, walking to school and playing after hours. Eventually, Mrs. Lupton asked Scott and Amy to go home because they were making too much noise. While the exact time the siblings left is unknown, a neighbour driving by noticed that the lights were still on in the Fandel cabin at around 11:45 in the evening. Margaret and Kathy returned to the cabin between 2 and 3 in the morning. They immediately noticed that the house was dark, which struck Margaret as unusual. Both siblings were afraid of the dark and always left the lights on. Inside, they found a box of macaroni and cheese, an open can of tomatoes, and a pot of boiling water left on the stove. This wasn't alarming at first, as it was a simple meal they enjoyed. Believing the siblings may have gone to bed and simply forgotten about the food, Margaret did not check on them or confirm if they had gone back to the Lupton home. She simply went to bed. The following morning, Margaret left for work around 8:30 in the morning. Kathy woke around noon, assuming they had already left for school. It wasn't until later, when the school bus came and went without Scott and Amy stepping off, that Kathy grew concerned. When the Lupton children came over and asked to play with Scott and Amy, Kathy realized that neither child had been to school that day. She called Margaret, who immediately contacted the police. The authorities launched a search of the surrounding area, but found no trace of the siblings. According to some reports, spent bullet casings were found outside the cabin, but this clue did not lead to any concrete developments. Many have speculated that the siblings were taken, possibly by someone who had overheard that they would be home alone that night. Margaret suspected her ex-husband Roger might have taken them, but contact with his family in Arizona revealed no indication that they were with him. Despite being considered a suspect over the years, there has never been any confirmed evidence linking him to the case. In the aftermath of the disappearance, Margaret eventually moved to Illinois. The original family cabin burned down years later, erasing the last physical trace of the night Scott and Amy vanished. Despite leads investigated in California and even Canada, no verified sightings or discoveries have brought authorities closer to understanding what happened. At the time of their disappearance, Scott Curtis Fandel was 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 74 pounds. He had brown hair and blue eyes and was last seen wearing a striped t-shirt and jeans. Amy Lee Fandel was 4 feet tall, weighed 52 pounds, and had strawberry blonde hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a sweater, a red and blue vest, and striped jeans. Today, if they are still out there somewhere, Scott would be 58 years old and Amy would be 52. The Fandel case has continued to haunt the community of Sterling and those who have followed it over the years. The absence of answers, coupled with the eeriness of the setting and the ordinary nature of the night they disappeared, makes their story especially poignant. It serves as a stark reminder of how quickly and quietly lives can change, and how some mysteries remain unresolved despite the passage of decades. To this day, those who remember Scott and Amy continue to hope that the truth will one day come to light. The mysterious disappearance of Sharon Bowis. The disappearance of Sharon Bowis remains one of Alaska's most perplexing unsolved mysteries. On May 23, 2014, the experienced hiker and well-respected physical therapist vanished without a trace from the Mount Roberts Trail in Juneau. Despite a coordinated multi-day search effort involving state agencies, rescue teams, and even aerial technology, no definitive clues have ever emerged to explain what happened that day. Sharon Bowis was 48 years old at the time she disappeared. She had built a life in Juneau, where she worked at Juneau Physical Therapy and ran a side business selling orthopedic office chairs. A woman of energy, discipline, and adventure, Bowis was known for her active lifestyle. She had ice camped in Greenland, biked from Alaska to Canada, and participated in a wide range of physical activities, including kayaking, running, and hockey. Her disappearance shocked those who knew her, especially given her strong background in the outdoors. On the morning of May 23rd, Buis was last seen around 9:30 in the morning at Alaska Marine Lines in downtown Juneau, where she had gone to ship 2 orthopedic chairs. It was a seemingly ordinary task, but it would be the last confirmed sighting of her. She had made no mention of hiking plans to family or friends that day, and she left behind key gear, including her overnight pack and emergency GPS device. This was unusual for someone as safety-conscious and prepared as Buis, and it raised immediate concerns once her absence became apparent. She was scheduled to meet her longtime hiking companion, Ann Johnson, the following morning at 8:45 in the morning for a hike to Hawthorne Peaks. When Buis failed to show, Johnson became concerned. Trusting her instincts, she drove around to various trailheads looking for Buis's vehicle. At 9:30 that evening, she located Buis's car at the Mount Roberts trailhead. This discovery prompted a missing person report and triggered the beginning of an intensive search effort. The official search began in the early morning hours of May 25th and continued for 4 days. Search and rescue teams, including the U.S. Coast Guard, Alaska State Troopers, Alpine Club members, and specialized search dogs, scoured the Mount Juneau trail system. The Coast Guard brought in helicopters equipped with forward-looking infrared thermal imaging and night vision to aid in the search, while aerial teams covered difficult terrain like ravines and remote ridgelines. At one point, a search dog picked up a scent near the parking lot, but it led nowhere. Despite the extensive coverage, no signs of Sharon were found. There were no belongings left behind, no clothing items discovered, no footprints or broken branches to suggest a path. The trail network was combed and rechecked. Every possible route she could have taken, whether intentionally or accidentally, was reviewed. When the troopers eventually called off the official search, it left her loved ones devastated and confused. The decision was based on the belief that they had thoroughly searched every feasible area. In the months following her disappearance, scattered leads would surface, offering brief flashes of hope. One hiker mentioned encountering the scent of decay and possible signs of a bear in the area, but follow-ups led nowhere. Others searched near abandoned mine shafts and lesser-used paths, hoping to uncover a clue the initial team had missed. But all these efforts returned empty-handed. Speculation about what may have happened to Buis ranges from the plausible to the deeply unsettling. One theory suggests that she may have been injured or disoriented and wandered into terrain too treacherous for rescue teams to access. Others wonder whether she may have encountered an aggressive animal, though there was no evidence to support such an encounter. Some consider the possibility of foul play, but again, no evidence was ever recovered to support that theory either. With her phone untraceable and her GPS device left at home, there was little data to guide investigators. What troubles many about Sharon's case is the complete lack of physical evidence. Her vehicle was parked at the trailhead, suggesting she began her hike, but from that point onward, her path became invisible. It is as if she simply vanished into the wilderness, leaving behind a series of unanswered questions and a community that continues to mourn her absence. Now, years later, the case remains open. Sharon's disappearance is a painful reminder of the vast, untamed landscapes of Alaska, beautiful but unforgiving. Despite the passing of time, her family, friends, and those involved in the search continue to hold out hope that one day answers will come to light. Until then, Sharon Buis remains missing, her story etched into the collective memory of a region that still wonders what truly happened on that quiet trail in May of 2014. The strange disappearance of Erin Marie Gilbert. The mysterious disappearance of Erin Marie Gilbert continues to haunt the community of Girdwood, Alaska, and her loved ones. A vibrant, intelligent, and athletic woman with a bright future, Erin vanished under puzzling circumstances on July 1, 1995, during what was supposed to be a simple first date at the Girdwood Forest Fair. Despite the efforts of her family and community, and the enduring questions surrounding that day, she has never been found. Erin Marie Gilbert was born on May 4, 1971, in Everett, Washington. She was the youngest of 3 sisters and was known for her warm personality, quick wit, and striking presence. Standing at 5 feet 11 inches, she was both athletic and confident. In high school, Erin excelled in sports such as basketball, track, volleyball, and softball, while also maintaining a perfect GPA. Her creativity found expression through photography, modeling, and poetry. At the time of her disappearance, she lived with her eldest sister Stephanie and worked as a nanny in Anchorage. A few days before the fair, Erin met a man named David Combs while playing pool, a hobby she enjoyed. They spoke briefly and exchanged phone numbers. Combs later called and invited her to attend the Girdwood Forest Fair with him. Erin, never one to turn down a new experience, agreed to go. Combs picked her up from her sister's home around 4 in the afternoon on the day of the fair. Given the 40-minute drive, they likely arrived in Girdwood around 4:40 in the afternoon. According to Combs, the two stayed at the fair for just over an hour before deciding to leave around 6 in the evening. When they reached his car, he claimed that the battery had died because he left the headlights on. Rather than returning to the crowded fairgrounds to ask for help, Combs said he walked off alone in search of a friend's house to find jumper cables. He told police he left Erin at the vehicle and returned 2 hours later, only to find her gone. Strangely, when he attempted to start the car again, it worked without any issue. Believing Erin might have returned to the fair, he said he spent the next 5 hours searching for her there. The following morning at 7, Combs contacted Stephanie Gilbert to ask if Erin had made it home. She had not. Alarmed, Stephanie and her family immediately drove to the fairgrounds. When they arrived, Combs was already there and had been seen eating a hot dog, which suggested he had either been at or near the grounds for some time. The family searched frantically, made announcements over the loudspeaker, and asked around. One fairgoer claimed to have seen Erin speaking with someone about tattoos, but beyond that, no concrete leads emerged. Stephanie contacted the authorities, but was initially met with hesitation. Because Erin was an adult and had only been missing a short time, police were reluctant to launch a full investigation. It wasn't until Stephanie reached out to the media and applied public pressure that law enforcement began taking the case more seriously. Despite the search efforts, no trace of Erin was ever found. Those closest to her were adamant that she would not have remained alone in the car. Erin was independent, practical, and not the kind of person who would have stayed behind passively while someone else looked for help. This has led to much speculation about the story that Combs gave. Why did they leave the fair so early after driving 40 minutes to get there? Why didn't they simply return to the fair and ask someone for assistance instead of wandering around looking for a house in the woods? And why did the car suddenly work when Combs returned, and who was the friend he was supposedly searching for? Another layer of uncertainty surrounds the timing. If Combs had called Stephanie from his home phone, how did he arrive at the fairgrounds before she did? This suggests that he may not have returned home at all, but was already in the area when he called. These inconsistencies have caused continued unease among Erin's family and friends. While no evidence of wrongdoing has ever been confirmed, the circumstances have fueled suspicions and lingering doubts. Erin's sister has also noted that Erin didn't appear particularly enthusiastic about Combs. She was open to giving him a chance, but didn't seem especially interested in him romantically. This raises difficult questions about what might have occurred during the date. Could something have gone wrong? And did Erin perhaps reject an advance, leading to a situation that spiraled out of control? Despite repeated efforts, including searches of the surrounding areas, including dense forest and rough terrain, no physical evidence has been recovered. Not a shoe, not a piece of clothing, not a single clue indicating where Erin may have gone or what happened to her. Years have passed since that summer day, but Erin Gilbert's case remains open. For her family, the pain of not knowing is as sharp now as it was then. Each year, they hope for closure, for someone to step forward, or for some new lead to breathe life into the investigation. Erin was not the type of person who would vanish without a trace. Her presence, her drive, her heart were too strong. Her disappearance serves as a heartbreaking reminder of how quickly a life can change and how vital it is to keep asking questions. For now, the case remains a mystery, with the hope that one day the truth will be known and that Erin Marie Gilbert will finally be found. The disappearance of Kevin O'Keefe. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar they become the subject of impossible-to-explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. In fact, many of these Missing 411 cases are believed to not be investigated too deeply, as some form of supernatural or paranormal cover-up takes place in these undisturbed locations. On the 8th of October, back in 1985, National Park Ranger David Nemeth was exploring the area of Wolf Point within Alaska's Glacier National Park when he came across a difficult-to-explain sight. For added context, Glacier National Park is considered to be one of the most remote camping and wilderness exploration areas of the United States. The location forms from a series of small inlets that expand into wider inlets on the Alaskan shores connecting with the Pacific Ocean, and so allow a greater movement of travel throughout the region by boat. As the National Park Ranger, David Nemeth and his partner, who remains unnamed, were patrolling the shores of Wolf Point, they claimed to have noticed what they described as a small tent residing right next to the high tide line of the shore. Believing that someone had decided to set up their small camp right at the edge of the water, the two National Park Rangers quickly parked their boats on the shore and went to investigate further, hoping to warn the lone camper about the dangers of the sudden rising tide and the fear of losing any of their survival equipment. Almost immediately, the two men began to realize that something far more peculiar had occurred, as they noticed that many of the more important pieces of equipment appeared to have been scattered throughout the area, as if the person was still setting up camp and had momentarily dropped their equipment. Outside of the tent, the National Park Rangers discovered an untouched sleeping bag and foam pad, alongside several tools used to put up a tent. Within the tent appeared to have been 1 month's worth of food, a couple of flashlights, several survival books on the Glacier National Park, pamphlets concerning safety and survival strategies, soap, several packs of cigarettes, a bottle of vitamin C supplements, a new compass, and many other items typically used for camping. However, all of the items appeared to have been either untouched or still in their store-bought packaging. After waiting a while and calling out for the camper, the two National Park Rangers realized they would be unable to conduct a search immediately, and so decided to return to their boat and outpost to regroup and plan a better strategy. A Freedom of Information Act request that would later reveal the park rangers' written investigation on the matter claimed that the site was so bizarre it caused them to worry about the condition of the camper, but were unable to find any evidence of a struggle or animal attack, and so were forced to postpone the search for another 24 hours. The following day, at first light, the two National Park Rangers returned to the site, accompanied by an additional 2 other National Park Rangers, and discovered the campsite in the exact same condition as the previous day. Now, believing that the camper responsible for the campsite was missing, or in trouble, the National Park Rangers began their search and rescue for the responsible party and began to investigate who could be missing. It was at around this time that the Rangers realized that the campsite appeared to have belonged to a 36-year-old male by the name of Kevin Robert O'Keefe, who had arrived in the area on the 22nd of September, less than 20 days prior to their first contact with the campsite, and had originally planned to have been in the area for a full month before returning home. Retracing Kevin Robert O'Keefe's steps, the Rangers discovered that O'Keefe had traveled from his home back in Sacramento, California, and arrived at the city of Juneau, Alaska on the 20th of September. On the day of his arrival, he would immediately take a small flight to the Glacier Park headquarters to be trained by the Rangers on proper survival technique and what to do for specific situations one will most likely find themselves in out the national park. Interestingly enough, it was at the Glacier Park headquarters that the majority of the information of Kevin O'Keefe was gathered, several weeks prior to his disappearance. During his training, it had been known that Kevin O'Keefe was an avid outdoorsman with several thousand hours of experience when it came to camping, hiking, and survival studies. His supplies were able to last him an entire month, with several equipment redundancies in the event that any of his tools had failed. On the 20th and 21st of September, despite having more than enough experience for his 1-month stay out in Glacier National Park, Kevin O'Keefe would enroll in and attend several classes hosted by the Glacier National Park headquarters on surviving in the wilds of the park, with adequate testing and information provided to him to prove his confidence in understanding basic and advanced survival techniques for the area. On the 22nd of September, Kevin O'Keefe would last be seen after he would take a small float plane into the Muir Inlet, slightly north of Wolf Point. According to the pilot and several rangers, it was believed that Kevin O'Keefe was traveling alone. Despite the several dozen man-hours spent investigating Kevin O'Keefe's history, experience and his time spent out in Glacier National Park, the rangers became increasingly confused as to how and why O'Keefe would suddenly disappear. It was at around this time that new information surrounding the campsite appeared and began to complicate their search even further. According to the National Park Service reports, on the 10th of October, a team of rangers returned to the area with the assistance of an overhead Cessna 206 aeroplane attacked with floats to perform a more thorough search for Kevin from aerial view. During their search, the team of rangers discovered a pair of boots and Kevin's hat, located roughly half a mile away from his campsite. The pair of shoes and hat would be found inside a small ravine and appeared to have been purposefully placed there, as no other sign of Kevin was found, and the shoes appeared to have been purposefully untied and thrown down into the gully. Within a half-mile radius of the camp, the rangers found stashes of Kevin's goods and water, believing that he had planned on hiking throughout the surrounding area and wished to separate his food from his campsite to deter animals from sniffing around his tent and equipment. 7 days after the aerial search, on the 17th of October, back in 1985, the investigation into the disappearance of Kevin O'Keefe was slowly ended. Hoping to gather more information, the Anchorage Daily newspaper would publish an article on the 17th of October with the cooperation of the Glacier Park Rangers that provided details and speculation on O'Keefe's disappearance. The Rangers would provide the statement that they saw no bear tracks or animal tracks of any kind anywhere in the area surrounding Kevin's camp in almost a 2-mile radius. Even more peculiar, the Rangers remarked that the situation seemed increasingly odd as they discovered or saw almost no wildlife of any kind in the region. To this day, the search for Kevin O'Keefe is still considered an open case. No evidence of a struggle, animal attack, or accident was discovered. The mysterious haunting of West High School. The haunting of West High School in Anchorage, Alaska, is a tale that has endured for decades, wrapped in eerie consistency and cloaked in mystery. Unlike many paranormal stories that suffer from vague details and contradictions, the sightings at this particular school have proven unsettlingly uniform. Students, staff, and visitors alike have come forward with accounts so similar that even skeptics find it difficult to completely dismiss them. What makes the phenomenon at West High so compelling is not just the number of stories, but their shared themes and the profound effect they have had on those who experience them. Located near the peaceful yet hauntingly quiet Westchester Lagoon, West High School stands in stark contrast to its picturesque surroundings. While the lagoon transforms into a beloved winter skating rink each year, just beyond its frozen charm lies a school with a very different kind of reputation. Over the years, the school has gained a name not only for its academics and arts, but also for something far less ordinary: unexplained apparitions, strange sounds, and a chilling presence that refuses to leave. At the heart of these encounters is a ghostly figure known only as the Lady in White. Dressed in layers of delicate, pale clothing, she has become a fixture in stories passed from class to class. Most of her appearances take place near the theatre and auditorium, where she seems to linger as though waiting for a performance. Some say she walks the aisles and stares at the stage in silence, while others claim to have seen her slipping backstage or into dark, forgotten storage rooms. Witnesses often report seeing her for only a moment before she disappears without a trace, leaving behind an uneasy feeling that is hard to shake. Her elusiveness only adds to her mystique. One assistant principal once claimed to have encountered her late one evening. The figure, silent and glowing faintly in the dim corridor light, began to approach. Overcome with fear, the administrator turned and fled, vowing never to walk that hallway again after dark. Though she has never been known to speak or cause harm, her presence alone is enough to unsettle even the bravest of those who cross her path. But the Lady in White is not the only spirit said to reside at West High. Another ghost, believed to be that of a former janitor, has also made his presence known. Unlike the fleeting grace of the lady, the janitor is more corporeal, even menacing at times. His pale skin and stern expression have startled more than one unsuspecting student. One girl, opening a basement door, found herself eye to eye with the ghostly man, and was so frightened she threatened to drop her class rather than return to that part of the building. Despite his spectral form, the janitor appears to continue his earthly duties. Students and staff have reported hearing the sound of sweeping and footsteps in empty hallways. Some have even caught glimpses of his figure silently cleaning late at night. While his presence may not be overtly threatening, it is certainly unsettling, as if he has been bound to his role in life even beyond the grave. The consistency in the descriptions of these apparitions has led many to believe that something truly unusual resides within the walls of West High. These aren't random ghost stories passed along for entertainment. They come from different people, at different times, who often describe nearly identical encounters without prior knowledge of others' experiences. This pattern gives the tales a weight that pure imagination cannot explain away. For those who have never had a paranormal experience, it is easy to be skeptical. The supernatural often lives in a realm that defies logical understanding. But for those who have felt a chill on a warm day, who have seen shadows move where none should or heard voices in an empty room, belief is no longer a matter of faith, but of experience. The haunting of West High represents one of those rare cases where the veil between the known and unknown seems especially thin. Whether one believes in ghosts or not, the stories from West High School have become part of the institution's legacy. They are whispered in hallways, passed down in student circles, and retold by alumni who never forgot their brush with the unexplained. In a place meant for learning and creativity, these strange figures have carved out their own space, unseen by many, but unforgettable to those who cross their path. Anchorage's West High may be just another school to outsiders, but to those who walk its halls after the final bell, it is something more. It is a place where the past refuses to be forgotten, where shadows sometimes have stories to tell, and where a lady in white and a dedicated janitor may still wander, eternally part of the school's curious and chilling legacy. Leonard Lane disappearance in the Alaska Triangle. With every new discovery often comes a tide of new questions, mysteries, and the unexplained. One of the most puzzling regions in the United States is the Alaska Triangle, an area stretching between Anchorage, Juneau, and Utqiagvik, the northernmost city in Alaska. Known for its harsh climate, remote landscapes, and long, dark winters, the Alaska Triangle is not the kind of place where someone would want to be lost. Yet, strangely, since 1988, more than 16,000 people have vanished in this region under mysterious circumstances. Among those lost to the Triangle is Leonard Lane, a 73-year-old veteran who disappeared without a trace during a 1995 Independence Day celebration in Fairbanks. Leonard Lane's disappearance stands out not just for its suddenness, but also for how little information was ever recovered about what happened to him. Lane, who had served during the 1940s, was attending a 4th of July parade and reportedly went for a walk afterward, possibly venturing into the edges of the Alaska Triangle. From that point onward, he was never seen again. Despite being known for a pronounced limp due to old injuries, which would have made him easily identifiable, no one reported seeing him after the event. There were no witnesses, no clues, and no sightings. His case, like many others in the region, remains an unsolved mystery. Lane was officially declared legally deceased 2 years later in 1997, but this legal closure brought no real answers. The absence of physical evidence or any sign of struggle left many wondering how someone could simply vanish in broad daylight during a public event with no trace. Some have speculated about environmental dangers, such as wildlife or treacherous terrain, while others lean toward more unconventional theories tied to the region's reputation for strange disappearances. The Alaska Triangle has long been the subject of curiosity and speculation. The area has claimed the lives and whereabouts of not only locals, but high-profile individuals as well. In 1972, for example, Congressman Nick Begich and House Majority Leader Hale Boggs disappeared while flying from Anchorage to Juneau. Their plane was never recovered. Then, in 2001, Thomas Anthony Nuzzi, a traveling nurse staying in Anchorage, failed to appear for work and was never found again. These cases, like Leonard Lane's, only add to the mystique of the area. Although it may not attract the same level of global attention as the Bermuda Triangle, the Alaska Triangle holds its own as a region filled with mystery. The terrain itself seems to swallow up not only people but any trace of their existence. The environment is unpredictable, the weather unforgiving, and the isolation extreme. Whether the causes behind these disappearances are environmental, human, or something more mysterious, the result is the same: a growing number of people missing, with no answers and no closure for their families. The story of Leonard Lane is a reminder that even in a world of advanced technology and instant communication, people can and do vanish without explanation. His case, quiet and largely forgotten by the public, still echoes in the broader story of the Alaska Triangle, a place where questions often outnumber answers. The world is vast, and some parts of it, like the frozen, shadowy reaches of Alaska, remain unexplored in more ways than one. As long as the search for truth continues, so too will the fascination with the unexplained. The unknown has always captivated human imagination, and stories like Leonard Lane's serve as haunting reminders that some mysteries still defy explanation. Whether through continued investigation or chance discovery, perhaps one day these lingering questions will find answers. Until then, the journey of searching, questioning, and hoping continues, echoing in the cold winds and endless wilderness of Alaska's most mysterious triangle. The Patterson River and its chilling legends. The Patterson River area of Alaska has long been surrounded by an eerie aura of mystery and fear. Tucked within the treacherous and frigid terrain of the Alaskan wilderness, the region is not only known for its natural beauty, but for its dark legends, particularly those tied to an entity feared by the indigenous Tlingit people, the Kushtaka. According to tribal folklore, the area was once referred to as the Bay of Death, and the events that earned it that name remain one of the oldest and most chilling tales from Alaska's shadowed past. The story dates back to the mid-1700s, when a thriving Tlingit settlement existed along the shores of the Patterson River. With more than 500 inhabitants, it was a substantial and well-established community. However, according to legend, a mysterious and devastating event erased the settlement from existence. While later generations attributed the disaster to a sudden and violent mountain slide that buried the village under tons of debris, many within the Tlingit tribe believed a darker force was responsible. They whispered that a group of Kushtaka, shape-shifting creatures from their mythology, had orchestrated the disaster, leading to the complete loss of their people. Fearing further attacks, the Tlingit abandoned the region entirely and resettled elsewhere, carrying with them stories of the land they had lost and the terrifying creatures they believed haunted it. The Kushtaka, described in tribal tradition as trickster entities, are some of the most feared figures in Tlingit folklore. These beings are said to shift between human-like forms and that of an otter, and sometimes assume unrecognizable animal-like shapes that defy logical description. In their most feared roles, the Kushtaka are cruel and deceptive. They are said to lure sailors and travelers to icy waters by imitating the cries of a baby or the desperate scream of a woman. Once their victim draws near, confused and off guard, the Kushtaka either transform the person into one of their own or cause them to vanish without a trace. In some stories, they trap the unsuspecting by creating illusions, either visual or auditory, that disorient and distract. When their target is sufficiently confused or isolated, they act. Other versions claim that victims are never seen again, taken into the wilderness to live in a transformed state, cut off forever from friends and family. Many elders within the tribe warn that the Kushtaka are especially drawn to young adults, and over generations, the creatures have become a cautionary figure, much like the boogeyman in Western tales. Anthropologists believe that such legends may have served as a protective cultural narrative, meant to keep young people from wandering near dangerous riverbanks or into snow-covered wilderness areas alone. But the lore didn't stay buried in the past. By the early 1900s, legends of the Kushtaka and the so-called Bay of Death had reached the ears of American prospectors, many of whom were drawn by rumors of rich gold deposits hidden in the freshly exposed mountainside. With dreams of sudden wealth, dozens of expeditions set out into the wilderness surrounding the Patterson River. Most of them would never return. The reasons for the high failure rate among these expeditions were often attributed to natural causes: harsh winters, insufficient supplies, and the challenges of surviving in such an unforgiving environment. But those few who did survive had stories that stretched the limits of belief. They spoke of strange experiences, of being stalked by strange, foul-smelling creatures in the woods, of attacks that seemed strategically coordinated, and of a silence in the forest that was too complete, too unnatural. According to their accounts, many of these encounters took place near two distinct lakes, one of them later identified as S Lake, and the other described as crescent-shaped. It was while moving through this area that the survivors claimed they were confronted by strange beings, creatures unlike anything they had encountered before. These figures were small, standing roughly 4 feet tall, covered in matted hair, with clawed limbs and distorted features that seemed to blur the line between man, monkey, and beast. Their tracks were unsettling, neither fully human nor animal, and the stench they carried was nauseating, compared by some to a mixture of decay and skunk spray, which many thought came from open sores on their bodies. These creatures, said to emerge from the shadows with silent coordination, would isolate members of the group, attacking from multiple directions. Some of the expeditionists described the attacks as almost tactical, with the creatures seemingly understanding how to split up groups and drive them into more vulnerable positions. While some managed to escape the assaults, their ordeal was far from over. Food became scarce, and survivors reported an eerie absence of wildlife in the area. No birds, no small mammals, just a haunting silence and the looming memory of what they had seen. Those who survived often did so only through sheer determination, making it out after weeks of wandering, frostbitten and half-starved, with disturbing tales to tell. Their stories mirrored the older legends passed down by the Tlingit, strengthening the belief that the Kushtaka were not merely a tale, but a reality lurking in the hidden corners of Alaska's vast wilderness. To this day, the Patterson River region is rarely visited, even by experienced outdoorsmen. The local legends, combined with the historical accounts of both native tribes and early explorers, have created a lasting aura of dread around the area. Whether one chooses to view the Kushtaka as mythological creatures, misunderstood natural phenomena, or unexplained beings yet to be classified, the stories endure. They speak to a fear older than history itself, the fear of vanishing into the unknown, of forces that cannot be reasoned with, and of places where the natural and the supernatural may intertwine. The Patterson River and its chilling legends remain a symbol of that mysterious edge where fact and folklore collide, and where the truth, if it exists, lies buried beneath snow, silence, and shadow. The mystery of the Warminster Thing. The Warminster Thing remains one of the most mysterious and perplexing UFO phenomena to ever grip the United Kingdom. It all began on Christmas Day in 1964, when residents of the small town of Warminster, Wiltshire, were awakened by a series of terrifying unexplained noises. The sounds were described as loud bangs, rattling roofs, and an eerie humming that filled the air. Witnesses claimed it felt as though some invisible force was pressing down upon them, and yet, despite the intensity of these sounds, nothing visible could be found to explain them. Soldiers stationed at the nearby army base were among the first to report the disturbances. Some described the noise as resembling the impact of an entire rooftop being torn off and slammed back down. Others likened it to thousands of roof tiles shattering at the same time. By the end of that fateful day, over 30 people had come forward, each with the same chilling account of strange, untraceable sounds that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Yet, despite the widespread panic and concern, authorities could not provide a rational explanation. In the months that followed, the situation in Warminster grew even stranger. By February of 1965, residents began to witness unexplained aerial phenomena in the night sky. At the same time, an entire flock of pigeons mysteriously died, their lifeless bodies scattered across the town without any apparent cause. Then, as if something unseen was exerting a force upon the town itself, homes began to shake violently, as if being struck by an invisible wave of energy. The reports of strange flying objects intensified, with many describing cigar-shaped glowing crafts hovering in the sky. News of the Warminster Thing spread quickly, capturing national attention. The town became a focal point for UFO researchers, journalists, and curious visitors, all eager to witness the phenomenon firsthand. Over the August bank holiday of 1965, an estimated 8,000 people flooded into Warminster, hoping for a glimpse of the mysterious craft that so many had reported. Their hopes were not unfounded, as many that night claimed to see strange lights moving unnaturally across the sky. The following month, the most significant piece of evidence surfaced. Local resident Gordon Faulkner managed to capture a photograph of the alleged UFO. His image, showing a dark, disc-like craft, was published in the Daily Mirror, further fueling the town's growing reputation as the UK's UFO capital. The story spread far beyond Britain, with newspapers as far away as California covering the bizarre events unfolding in Warminster. The phenomenon had become a global sensation. As the months passed, sightings continued, with witnesses describing balls of crimson light floating silently above the town. Others spoke of a deep, droning sound, so powerful that it caused their floors and beds to shake uncontrollably. Some even claimed to feel an unseen force pressing down upon them, making movement difficult and filling them with an overwhelming sense of unease. The intensity and consistency of these reports made it impossible to dismiss the Warminster thing as mere hysteria. Interest in the mystery led to a surge in research efforts. The BBC produced a documentary titled Pie in the Sky, exploring the strange occurrences in Warminster and the accounts of those who had experienced them firsthand. Meanwhile, journalist and UFO researcher Arthur Shuttlewood, one of the town's most vocal witnesses, documented the events in a series of books. His writing attracted even more attention to Warminster and established it as a key location in the study of unexplained aerial phenomena. Around the same time, a local UFO enthusiast named Ken Rogers launched the Warminster UFO newsletter, dedicated to cataloguing and analysing new reports of unusual activity in the area. Throughout the late 1960s, sightings continued sporadically, and reports of bizarre sounds persisted. Some researchers speculated that Warminster, due to its proximity to military sites and ancient structures such as Stonehenge, might be an area of heightened electromagnetic activity, possibly attracting or interacting with unknown entities. Others suggested that the events were part of a government cover-up or secret military experiments, though no official explanation was ever given. By the early 1970s, reports of the Warminster thing began to decline. Sightings became less frequent, and the strange noises that had once haunted the town seemingly faded away. Yet, despite the apparent end of the phenomenon, the mystery of what happened in Warminster remains unsolved to this day. Theories abound, ranging from extraterrestrial visitations and interdimensional encounters to unknown energy sources or top-secret military technology. None, however, can fully account for the sheer number of consistent, credible witnesses who all described eerily similar experiences. Even now, Warminster retains its legacy as one of the most well-documented UFO hotspots in British history. Every year, researchers and UFO enthusiasts continue to visit, hoping to uncover new evidence or experience something extraordinary themselves. The Warminster thing remains one of the most compelling cases of unexplained aerial phenomena, a mystery that refuses to be forgotten. The mysterious case of Kendrick Johnson. On January 11, 2013, the 17-year-old's body was discovered rolled up inside a vertical gym mat at Lowndes High School in Valdosta, Georgia. Law enforcement quickly ruled his death an accident, stating that he had fallen into the mat while reaching for a sneaker. However, the circumstances surrounding his death raised numerous questions, leading his family to believe that foul play was involved. Nearly a decade later, the case continues to spark debates and speculation, as many remain unconvinced by the official narrative. The initial autopsy concluded that Kendrick had died from positional asphyxia, meaning he suffocated due to being stuck upside down for an extended period. Within just 24 hours of discovering Kendrick, investigators ruled the case an accident and moved forward without considering any other possibilities. The explanation given was that Johnson had stored his shoes inside the mat to avoid paying for a locker and, in attempting to retrieve them, had fallen headfirst into the mat and become trapped. His parents and other critics found this conclusion difficult to accept, arguing that too many inconsistencies existed in the official explanation. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case was the dimensions of the mat in which Kendrick was found. The mat, when rolled up, had a diameter of approximately 14 inches, while Johnson's shoulders measured 19 inches across. This discrepancy raised doubts about whether he could have accidentally fallen inside the mat in the first place. His parents maintained that it would have been physically impossible for him to fit into the small opening without assistance or force. Furthermore, the positioning of his body, one arm above his head and another near his waist, did not align with the theory that he was simply reaching for his shoe. Blood evidence in the gym also added to the mystery. Beneath Kendrick's body, a single sneaker was found lying on top of a pool of blood. However, curiously, the shoe itself had no blood on it, a detail that many found suspicious. A hoodie and another pair of gym shoes were discovered nearby. Despite these discoveries, authorities determined that the bloodstains on the wall were unrelated to Kendrick's demise. His parents believed this evidence was ignored, further fueling their suspicions that a cover-up was at play. From the very beginning, the Johnson family was skeptical of the investigation's handling. They argued that law enforcement had been too quick to dismiss foul play and close the case. Lowndes County Coroner Bill Watson supported some of their concerns, revealing that he had not been notified of Kendrick's demise until 6 hours after the body was discovered, a violation of Georgia law. Additionally, Kendrick's parents questioned why no one in the school, which housed over 3,000 students, had heard their son calling for help if he had indeed become trapped inside the mat. The family released a photograph of Kendrick's face from the funeral home, which showed his face severely swollen and almost unrecognizable. This image horrified the public and reignited concerns that something more sinister had happened. The growing outrage led the Johnson family to seek a second autopsy. The results of this independent examination starkly contradicted the official findings. The private pathologist determined that Kendrick had suffered hemorrhaging on the right side of his neck, indicating blunt force trauma, and concluded that his passing was not an accident. Further intensifying the controversy, the second autopsy also revealed that many of Kendrick's internal organs were missing and had been replaced with newspaper. This revelation outraged the Johnson family, who accused the funeral home of mishandling their son's remains. The funeral home, however, claimed they had received the body from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation without the organs, which had allegedly been too decomposed to return after the initial autopsy. To this day, the whereabouts of Kendrick's missing organs remain unknown. Adding to the intrigue, surveillance footage from the gym on the day of Kendrick's disappearance was found to be incomplete. A full hour of footage was missing at the crucial time when he was last seen alive. The missing footage only heightened suspicions that evidence had been tampered with or deliberately erased. While the school claimed technical issues were responsible for the gaps in the recording, many found this explanation unconvincing. In 2015, the Johnson family escalated their fight for justice by filing a $100 million civil lawsuit against nearly 40 individuals, including school officials, law enforcement officers, and members of the FBI. They accused the sons of an FBI agent of being involved in Kendrick's passing and using their connections to orchestrate a cover-up. However, Kendrick's father later admitted that they had no hard evidence to support these claims. The lawsuit was eventually dropped, and the Johnsons were ordered to pay nearly $300,000 in attorney fees for those they had accused without evidence. Despite the setbacks, Kendrick's case has remained in the public consciousness, with many continuing to call for further investigations. In 2021, the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office reopened the case, reviewing thousands of pages of documents and dozens of hours of video footage. However, after months of re-examination, they once again ruled Kendrick's demise as an accident, stating that there was no evidence of foul play. Mysterious photograph shows a transparent object hiding in the clouds. A mysterious photograph of a circular, disc-shaped object in the clouds has recently gained attention after being uploaded to Facebook. The user who posted the image did not disclose their location, adding to the intrigue surrounding the sighting. What makes this particular photograph so unusual is that the object appears to be transparent, yet its presence seems to disrupt the surrounding clouds. The eyewitness described it as stationary, with the clouds visibly moving around it, suggesting that the object had a solid form. The image has since been widely shared among online UFO investigation groups, with many speculating about what it could be. Some believe it could be evidence of an advanced, unidentified flying object using some form of cloaking technology, allowing it to blend into the sky while still affecting its surroundings. Others argue that it may be a rare atmospheric phenomenon or an optical illusion created by the interplay of light and shadow within the clouds. Despite various theories, no definitive explanation has emerged. Some suggest that the object could be a naturally occurring lenticular cloud, known for their disc-like appearance, or even a photographic anomaly. However, those who believe in extraterrestrial activity see the image as potential proof that unidentified crafts may be observing Earth while remaining hidden in plain sight. The discussion surrounding the photograph continues to grow as more people analyze the details of the image. Without additional information about the time, location, or circumstances of the sighting, it remains one of many unexplained aerial phenomena that have sparked debate in the UFO community. Whether the photograph captures an alien craft, a secret military aircraft, or simply a trick of the light, it has certainly left many questioning what might be hiding within the clouds above. The mystery of FRB 121102. Fast radio bursts, or FRBs, are among the most perplexing and intriguing cosmic phenomena ever detected. These brief, yet incredibly powerful pulses of radio waves originate from deep space, lasting only milliseconds before disappearing without a trace. While most FRBs appear as one-time occurrences, one particular source, known as FRB 121102, has challenged scientists' understanding of these mysterious signals. Unlike other FRBs which flash and vanish, this mysterious FRB has repeated itself over 150 times, making it the only known repeating fast radio burst to date. The first signal from FRB 121102 was detected on November 2, 2012, by the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. This discovery was groundbreaking, as it marked the first time an FRB had been observed more than once. Over the years, researchers have continued to receive bursts from the same location, raising questions about its origin. Using powerful telescopes, scientists have traced these signals to a small dwarf galaxy located approximately 3 billion light-years away. Despite identifying the galaxy of origin, they have yet to determine the precise source responsible for the bursts. One theory suggests that this FRB is generated by a highly magnetized neutron star known as a magnetar. Magnetars are young, dense remnants of supernova explosions that possess extremely strong magnetic fields, which could theoretically produce the kind of energy needed to emit FRBs. However, some scientists have proposed another theory, one that suggests this FRB may not be entirely natural. Some researchers have speculated that the signals could be the byproduct of advanced extraterrestrial technology. According to this hypothesis, the FRBs could be artificial signals produced by an alien civilization, possibly as a means of powering spacecraft or interstellar probes. While this idea remains purely speculative, it raises fascinating questions about the potential existence of intelligent life beyond Earth. Scientists largely dismiss the notion that these signals were deliberately sent as a means of communication, given that they originated 3 billion years ago, long before human civilization existed. The mystery of this FRB continues to challenge scientists as they attempt to uncover its true nature. With advancements in radio astronomy and the deployment of more sophisticated telescopes, researchers hope to gain further insights into these strange bursts. This 1996 photo shows a black helicopter chasing a UFO. The 1996 photograph taken in Florida remains one of the most compelling and controversial pieces of evidence in the study of unidentified flying objects. Captured in broad daylight, the image depicts a highly detailed silver disc-shaped craft hovering in the sky, while a black military-style helicopter with no visible insignia flies close by. This photograph has since been widely circulated among UFO enthusiasts and researchers, fueling speculation about the nature of the unidentified object and the involvement of government or military forces in monitoring, or perhaps even engaging with, these mysterious crafts. The clarity of the photograph is what makes it stand out among the countless other images of UFOs. Unlike many blurred or grainy images that often leave room for skepticism, this image provides a sharp and distinct view of the craft's metallic surface, smooth structure, and classic disc shape. The presence of the black helicopter is equally fascinating, as it aligns with thousands of witness testimonies from around the world that describe similar aircraft appearing whenever a UFO is sighted. Many believe that these helicopters are either covert military units tasked with tracking extraterrestrial activity or part of an advanced defense system designed to engage unidentified aerial phenomena. Eyewitness reports from that day suggest that the UFO and the helicopter were engaged in a chase, with the unidentified craft moving at high speeds while the helicopter attempted to keep up. Some accounts claim that the disc-shaped object made rapid, impossible maneuvers before vanishing, leaving the helicopter behind. The lack of official acknowledgement from government authorities only adds to the mystery, as there has been no explanation for what was seen in the sky that day. Speculation surrounding the event has led to several theories. Some researchers argue that the object could have been a secretive military aircraft undergoing testing, with the black helicopter acting as an escort. However, some question why an advanced aircraft would be flown in public view, let alone captured in such a clear photograph. Others believe that the disc was an extraterrestrial craft being observed or pursued by military forces, raising questions about the extent of government knowledge regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. The association between black helicopters and UFO sightings has long been a topic of discussion in the UFO community. Reports of unmarked helicopters appearing in close proximity to unidentified flying objects date back decades, with many witnesses claiming that these aircraft exhibit highly coordinated maneuvers and often seem to arrive shortly after a UFO sighting. Some theorists suggest that the helicopters belong to a classified government program that actively monitors UFO activity, while others believe they could be part of a more clandestine operation working in conjunction with extraterrestrial forces. Despite the many theories and ongoing debate, the 1996 Florida photograph remains one of the most intriguing pieces of evidence in the UFO phenomenon. Its clarity, combined with the presence of the black helicopter, provides a rare and compelling look at an event that defies conventional explanation. As the conversation surrounding unidentified aerial phenomena continues to gain momentum, images like this serve as a reminder that there are still many mysteries in our skies that remain unsolved. The mysterious handbags. The mysterious handbags depicted in ancient Sumerian art have intrigued historians and researchers for years. These curious objects, often shown in the hands of deities, priests, or mythical figures, appear in numerous Sumerian reliefs and sculptures, raising questions about their significance. While modern interpretations range from practical containers to symbols of divine power or esoteric knowledge, their true purpose remains a mystery. The recurring presence of these handbags in Sumerian artwork suggests that they held profound cultural and religious meaning, potentially serving as sacred objects or representations of wisdom, sustenance, or cosmic balance. Sumerian civilization, one of the earliest known societies, thrived in Mesopotamia around 3100 BCE. As pioneers of written language, advanced agriculture, and architectural innovation, the Sumerians left behind a vast legacy of artifacts and texts. Among their artistic depictions, images of gods, demigods, and rulers holding these handbag-like objects stand out. These artifacts are often shown in conjunction with the sacred tree of life or celestial beings, further hinting at their deeper symbolic significance. Some scholars argue that the handbags represent divine authority, as only deities or high-ranking figures are depicted carrying them. The association between these objects and religious rituals suggests they may have been linked to sacred offerings or the transmission of divine wisdom. The resemblance of these handbags to objects found in other ancient cultures has fueled additional speculation. Similar motifs appear in the art of the Olmecs in Mesoamerica, the ancient Egyptians, and even in rock carvings from Göbekli Tepe, one of the oldest known temples on Earth. This widespread occurrence raises the possibility that the handbag symbol may represent a universal concept shared across different civilizations. Some researchers propose that the handbag symbolizes a vessel of sacred knowledge containing the secrets of the gods. Others believe it represents a tool for spiritual enlightenment or a physical object used in religious ceremonies. One of the more controversial theories surrounding these handbags is the idea that they may be linked to advanced ancient technology or even extraterrestrial influence. Some proponents of the ancient astronaut theory suggest that these objects could represent sophisticated devices, possibly used by highly advanced beings who interacted with early civilizations. While mainstream archaeology does not support such claims, the consistent depiction of these handbags in sacred contexts continues to spark curiosity and debate. The possibility that these objects held technological or astronomical significance cannot be entirely ruled out, especially given the advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics that the Sumerians possessed. Another perspective is that the handbags symbolize the cyclical nature of life and the cosmos. The curved top and rectangular bottom of the handbags resemble the ancient representations of the sky and earth, suggesting a connection between the heavens and the physical world. Some interpretations link them to the concept of balance and duality, embodying the relationship between material and spiritual existence. In this view, the handbags serve as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, reinforcing the idea of divine order in the universe. Despite extensive research and numerous theories, the true meaning of the Sumerian handbags remains elusive. Without written records explicitly explaining their significance, scholars are left to piece together clues from artwork and comparative mythology. Whether these objects were purely symbolic or had a functional role in Sumerian society, their presence in ancient art suggests that they were of great importance to the people who depicted them. As new discoveries continue to emerge, perhaps one day the mystery of the Sumerian handbags will be fully understood, shedding light on one of history's most intriguing artistic motifs. Mysterious 1950s photograph shows 9 objects vanishing in the night sky. The discovery made in the 1950s of 9 mysterious objects appearing and then vanishing from the night sky remains one of the most perplexing astronomical anomalies ever recorded. Astronomers at the Palomar Observatory in Southern California, while conducting the well-known Palomar Sky Survey, observed that 9 star-like points of light had suddenly emerged in one of their photographic plates. What made this event truly unusual was that these objects were completely absent in previous images of the same section of the sky, and even more mysteriously, did not appear in any subsequent images. Despite advances in modern astronomy and the use of more powerful telescopes, no trace of these vanished stars has ever been found. Recently, a team of scientists led by Beatrice Villarroel revisited this strange case in a new study published in the Astronomical Journal. Their research highlights that there is no known astrophysical process that could cause a star to simply disappear unless it collapses directly into a black hole. Such a phenomenon would be incredibly rare and would still likely leave behind some detectable evidence, such as a gravitational wave or a high-energy burst. The researchers suggested that if stars truly can vanish without explanation, the implications could reach far beyond traditional astrophysics, and might even hint at the presence of technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. One hypothesis the researchers propose is that the missing stars may indicate the existence of Dyson spheres. A Dyson sphere is a theoretical megastructure that an advanced civilization could build around a star to capture its energy output. The idea that a highly developed species could be capable of constructing such large-scale energy-harnessing technology is one of the more fascinating explanations for the sudden disappearance of these celestial objects. The researchers conducting the study have also identified specific hotspots, areas in the sky where an unusually high number of stars seem to have disappeared. They argue that by focusing their investigations on these regions, they may be able to gather more evidence that could support the possibility of extraterrestrial life. If the disappearing stars were due to advanced civilizations harnessing stellar energy, it could provide the first tangible evidence of intelligent life beyond Earth. Despite this exciting prospect, many scientists remain skeptical. Throughout history, seemingly mysterious cosmic phenomena have often turned out to have natural explanations. Some researchers argue that the missing stars could be due to less extraordinary reasons, such as instrumental errors in the photographic plates, undiscovered natural astrophysical processes, or even cosmic dust obscuring the stars from view. Without definitive proof, many scientists are hesitant to conclude that extraterrestrial activity is involved. However, even if alien civilizations are not responsible for these vanishing stars, the case still presents an opportunity for major discoveries in the field of astrophysics. Villarroel and her team stress that finding a star that truly vanishes or appears out of nowhere would be groundbreaking. It could suggest new physical mechanisms at play in the universe that are currently unknown to science. Whether the cause of the disappearing stars is natural or artificial, solving this mystery would likely expand humanity's understanding of the cosmos in an unprecedented way. To unravel this mystery, Researchers plan to continue monitoring these regions of the sky, utilizing more advanced observational techniques and collaborating with international space agencies. By leveraging the capabilities of next-generation telescopes, such as the James Webb Space Telescope, scientists hope to either locate evidence of extraterrestrial megastructures or uncover a new branch of astrophysics that challenges current scientific understanding. For now, the mystery of the vanished stars remains unsolved. The mysterious seals. The ancient Sumerians, one of the earliest known civilizations in human history, left behind a rich and mysterious legacy that continues to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts alike. Among their most fascinating artifacts are the seals, small, intricately carved objects made of stone, clay, or metal that served a variety of purposes in Sumerian society. These seals are not only remarkable works of art, but also contain inscriptions and symbols that offer tantalizing glimpses into the religious, political, and cultural life of ancient Mesopotamia. Within numerous seals, peculiar dots and unidentified objects are often observed, raising questions and intrigue. These strange elements spark curiosity and speculation among researchers and enthusiasts, adding a layer of mystery to their creation. The origins of these carvings have been a subject of much speculation and debate, with conflicting interpretations emerging over time. Some individuals believe that these intricate carvings depict celestial bodies such as planets, attributing a cosmic significance to them. On the other hand, an opposing viewpoint suggests that in several of the seals that have been discovered, there have been notable findings of larger objects that have sparked discussions about possible connections to unidentified artifacts from antiquity. These discoveries have stirred speculation and theories among researchers and scholars regarding the existence of unidentified objects during ancient times. Ancient records reveal that the first documented UFO sighting dates back thousands of years, challenging the common belief that UFO reports are a recent phenomenon. Both the ancient Sumerians and Egyptians documented encounters with peculiar objects in the sky, sparking interpretations that these sightings influenced the creation of their deities. It is intriguing to consider that these civilizations attributed divine origins to these celestial phenomena, viewing them as bestowers of gifts from the heavens. Some scholars speculate that the concept of gods in ancient cultures may have been shaped by these early UFO encounters, shedding light on the profound impact these sightings had on shaping belief systems and cultural practices in ancient civilizations. This historical perspective prompts us to reevaluate our understanding of ancient civilizations and their interactions with the unexplained, fostering a deeper appreciation for the complexities of human beliefs and interpretations across different eras and civilizations. Sumerian seals were used for a variety of purposes in ancient Mesopotamia, ranging from administrative and economic functions to religious and ceremonial rituals. One of the most common uses of seals was as a means of authentication and identification, with individuals pressing their seals into wet clay or wax to seal documents, containers, and other objects. These seals typically bore the name, title, or symbol of the owner, allowing them to mark their possessions and establish ownership. In addition to their practical functions, Sumerian seals also played a crucial role in religious and ceremonial contexts. Many seals were inscribed with religious symbols, mythical creatures, and scenes from Sumerian mythology, reflecting the importance of religion in Sumerian society. These seals were often used in rituals and ceremonies to invoke the protection of the gods, ward off evil spirits, and ensure the success of various endeavors. One of the most intriguing aspects of Sumerian seals is their intricate craftsmanship and artistic detail. Sumerian artisans were skilled craftsmen, capable of creating exquisite works of art using simple tools and materials. The seals were typically carved with great precision and attention to detail, with motifs ranging from geometric patterns and floral designs to elaborate mythological scenes and divine beings. The symbolism depicted on Sumerian seals offers valuable insights into the religious beliefs and cosmology of ancient Mesopotamia. Many seals feature representations of gods, goddesses, and mythical creatures, such as the divine bull, the winged lion, and the sacred tree of life. These symbols were believed to possess magical and protective powers, serving as talismans and amulets to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Despite the wealth of information contained in Sumerian seals, much about them remains shrouded in mystery. The exact purpose and significance of many seals are still unclear, and scholars continue to debate their meanings and interpretations. Some seals feature inscriptions in the Sumerian cuneiform script, but many of these inscriptions have yet to be deciphered, leaving their messages and meanings unknown. Furthermore, the origin and production techniques of Sumerian seals are a subject of ongoing research and speculation. While some seals were made of stone or metal and carved with simple tools, others were fashioned from clay and molded using intricate techniques. The process of seal making was likely a highly specialized craft, passed down through generations of artisans and craftsmen. The mystery of Sumerian seals extends beyond their physical appearance and symbolism to their broader cultural and historical context. The seals are often found in archaeological contexts, alongside other artifacts, such as clay tablets, pottery, and sculptures, providing valuable clues about the daily life, social organization, and economic activities of ancient Sumerian society. What happened to the missing Sumerian artifacts? The 2003 invasion of Iraq was not only a military conflict, but also a devastating cultural tragedy. As war spread across the region, Iraq's invaluable archaeological sites became a target for destruction and looting. The Iraq Museum in Baghdad, home to thousands of artifacts from Mesopotamia, the very cradle of civilization, suffered greatly during this period. Looters took advantage of the chaos, raiding the museum and stealing countless irreplaceable relics. Many of these treasures, which held historical and cultural significance, vanished into the black market. While some have been recovered, the fate of many remains unknown. The black market for ancient artifacts is a shadowy and thriving global industry. Conflict zones often become prime hunting grounds for smugglers and organized crime networks seeking to profit from priceless historical treasures. The war left Iraq's archaeological sites vulnerable, and looters wasted no time in ransacking them. Many of these artifacts, including cuneiform tablets, statues, and religious relics, were smuggled out of the country, sold to private collectors, or passed through illicit channels into the hands of international buyers. The sheer number of stolen items makes it nearly impossible to track them all down, and as time passes, the likelihood of recovering them decreases. Among the most sought-after Mesopotamian artifacts are those associated with Gilgamesh, the legendary hero of ancient Sumerian mythology. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature, has fascinated scholars and collectors alike. Any discovery related to his life, reign, or possible tomb would be of immense historical and monetary value. If looters had found items linked to Gilgamesh during the post-invasion chaos, they would have had every incentive to keep their discovery secret, avoiding attention from international authorities while seeking the highest bidder in the underground trade. The loss of these artifacts represents a significant blow to the study of ancient civilizations. Mesopotamia was home to some of humanity's earliest advancements, including writing, mathematics, and law. Every missing artifact is a missing piece of history that could provide insight into the lives, beliefs, and innovations of the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians. While some items have been returned, particularly those recovered by US authorities, many remain unaccounted for. Their whereabouts are unknown, and the likelihood of ever restoring Iraq's full archaeological wealth remains uncertain. The looting of Iraq's cultural heritage serves as a sobering reminder of the vulnerability of ancient artifacts in times of war. While efforts continue to track down stolen relics and return them to their rightful place, the damage done is immeasurable. The missing Sumerian artifacts are not just lost objects, they are lost knowledge, stolen pieces of human history that may never be recovered. The mystery of the Maple Avenue home. The mysterious case of the Maple Avenue home in Hanover, Pennsylvania, has left many questioning the reality of the paranormal. Deanna and Tom Simpson, the homeowners, have lived in the house for 7 years, despite claiming it is haunted by at least 5 ghosts and a demon. Over the years, they have reported disturbing encounters with these entities, including being physically attacked by unseen forces. The Simpsons have described experiencing scratches, burns, and terrifying apparitions on a daily basis, making their home one of the most notorious haunted locations in the United States. The story took an even more chilling turn when Nick Petrillo from Fox arrived at the house to film an interview with Deanna Simpson. Within minutes of entering the property, Petrillo reported feeling an intense burning sensation on his hand. When he looked down, he found scratches on his skin that had not been there before. This sudden and unexplained injury sent a wave of unease through the film crew, reinforcing the Simpsons' claims that the supernatural entities in their home had the ability to physically harm those who entered. Adding further credibility to their claims, the Simpsons had previously captured evidence of paranormal activity on a trail camera placed in their basement. The camera, which detects motion, photographed a shadowy figure standing in the darkness. The couple believes this shadow person is one of the malevolent spirits that reside in the home, possibly even the entity responsible for the physical attacks on visitors. The photograph has since been analysed by paranormal investigators, who remain divided on whether it is definitive proof of the supernatural. Deanna Simpson recalled that her experiences with the spirits began shortly after moving into the home. One of the most terrifying encounters she had involved waking up from a dream in which two men stood over her. When she opened her eyes, she saw the same two figures standing beside her bed, staring at her. This incident solidified her belief that the house was not only haunted, but occupied by malevolent spirits. Since then, she and her husband have documented multiple occurrences of unexplained activity, including objects moving on their own, disembodied voices, and unexplainable cold spots. Despite the constant fear and physical harm they have endured, the Simpsons have chosen to remain in the house. They believe that leaving would not guarantee their safety, as the entities may follow them. Instead, they have sought the help of paranormal investigators and spiritual experts to manage the haunting. However, the attacks and apparitions persist, making their home a focal point of paranormal research. The incident involving the cameraman only adds to the mystery surrounding the Maple Avenue house. If the scratches and burns were truly caused by a supernatural force, it would suggest that spirits are not just passive observers, but active participants capable of interacting with the physical world. The Thames Angel. The Great Fire of London began on September 2, 1666, when flames erupted in Thomas Farriner's bakery in the early hours of the morning. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the wooden buildings and narrow streets of London. Despite the desperate efforts of residents and even King Charles II himself, the means of firefighting at the time were inadequate to halt the raging inferno. The fire only came to an end on September 6th after the wind died down, and the garrison at the Tower of London created firebreaks with gunpowder. The destruction was immense, leaving much of the city in ruins and forcing thousands to rebuild their lives from the ashes. Although the official death toll was recorded as 6, it is widely believed that many more lives were lost but went undocumented. Those 6 recorded victims were buried at Jubilee Gardens in a ceremony attended by the king. As Londoners struggled to recover from the disaster, strange reports began to emerge. Witnesses claimed to have seen a winged figure floating above the River Thames and in the surrounding areas. These sightings were taken as a sign of divine reassurance, with many believing the angelic figure was sent to remind them that despite their suffering, they were not abandoned. The vision of the Thames Angel was described as a source of great comfort, filling those who saw it with an overwhelming sense of peace and hope. 6 recorded sightings from that time period solidified the legend of the Thames Angel, and the belief in its presence persisted through the years. In 1865, when men were constructing the Victoria Embankment along the river, several workers claimed to have seen the figure. It appeared again during both World Wars, particularly in times of crisis, providing a moment of solace for those who witnessed it. The angel's appearance was said to bring an immediate feeling of reassurance, as though the hardships and suffering of war were temporarily lifted. In 2006, a woman driving to meet a friend unexpectedly encountered the angel. Overcome with a feeling of peace, she quickly took a photograph, not expecting much due to the low quality of her phone camera. However, upon later uploading the image to her computer and resizing it, she was startled to find a distinct outline resembling an angel. This modern sighting reignited interest in the legend and added to the ongoing mystery surrounding the entity's origins. Theories about the Thames Angel vary widely depending on who is asked. Some believe it is the spirit of those lost in the Great Fire, forever watching over the city. Others think it is a guardian sent by God to uplift and protect Londoners in times of despair. Some suggest that boat fumes create a mirage, while others believe it is nothing more than the result of camera distortions. Yet despite these explanations, no scientific analysis has been able to account for why the figure appears consistently the same way each time it is reported. One of the most common locations for sightings is near the London Eye, where for over a century people have claimed to witness the angel's presence. Regardless of its true nature, one consistency remains. Those who see the Thames Angel always report feeling an instant sense of relief, as though a heavy burden has been lifted from their shoulders. Whether a supernatural protector, a manifestation of collective faith, or a trick of the light, the legend of the Thames Angel continues to endure, offering a source of mystery and wonder to those who walk along the historic river. The crying women at King's Cross Station. The tragedy that unfolded at King's Cross Station on November 18, 1987, left a lasting mark on the history of London's Underground. What began as a simple accident, a dropped lit match on an escalator, turned into a devastating inferno that engulfed the ticket office and surrounding areas. More than 30 people lost their lives in the horrific fire, while over 100 others found themselves trapped underground, battling against the suffocating smoke and intense heat. The disaster shocked the city and led to significant safety improvements in the London Underground. However, in addition to its historical and emotional weight, the King's Cross fire is now remembered for something even more chilling: the ghostly apparition known as the Crying Girl. Multiple witnesses have reported seeing a young woman wandering through King's Cross Station, crying uncontrollably. She is described as having long brown hair and being dressed in modern clothing, typically jeans and a casual t-shirt. Her presence is striking, as those who have attempted to console her claim that she simply vanishes before their very eyes. Unlike other spirits that often appear translucent or eerie, the Crying Girl is said to look entirely solid, as if she were just another commuter until she disappears without a trace. Although no one has been able to definitively link her identity to any of the victims of the 1987 fire, many believe she is a lost soul from that fateful night. Some theorize that she was a passenger who perished in the flames, her face left unrecognizable due to the burns she suffered. Her ghost, now free from the scars of that day, continues to wander the station, reliving her final moments in sorrow and confusion. A particularly unsettling aspect of the sightings is the reported scent of smoke and burning flesh that sometimes accompanies her presence, further reinforcing the belief that she is tied to the disaster. Maintenance workers and late-night travelers have also reported hearing unexplained sobbing echoing through the station, often in areas where no one else is present. Even when King's Cross is nearly empty, these mournful cries persist, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the underground tunnels. Some believe that spirits like the Crying Girl are trapped between worlds, unable to move on due to the trauma of their passing. Her sorrowful presence suggests that she may still be seeking help, unaware that her suffering ended decades ago. The haunting of King's Cross Station has become one of the most well-documented ghost stories in London, with numerous first-hand accounts lending credibility to the legend. Whether she is a remnant of the past, an imprint of the tragedy left behind, or something beyond human understanding, the Crying Girl remains a chilling reminder of the disaster that once shook the city. For those who have seen her, the encounter is unforgettable, a brief yet poignant glimpse into a spirit bound by grief, forever lingering in the underground tunnels of King's Cross. The mysterious Cando event. Cando is a small village in the northwest of Spain with a population of just over 1,000 people. It is a quiet place, much like many other rural villages in this region. However, on January 18, 1994, an extraordinary event thrust Cando into the spotlight, leaving both scientists and locals baffled. That evening, numerous witnesses reported seeing a massive fireball streaking across the sky, an event that would spark decades of speculation and debate. According to eyewitness accounts, the fireball was an enormous glowing mass that lit up the night sky for nearly a minute. Some described it as being the size of a full moon, leading many to initially assume it was a meteor entering Earth's atmosphere. However, what truly set the Cando event apart was the discovery of a massive explosion crater not far from the village. The blast site, located on a hillside, revealed a 100-meter-wide zone where all the trees had been uprooted and thrown aside. An estimated 200 meters of terrain had been violently displaced, creating a scene of devastation eerily reminiscent of the infamous Tunguska explosion of 1908 in Siberia. The Tunguska event, which flattened around 80 million trees and killed 3 people, remains one of the greatest mysteries in the history of astronomy. The leading explanation is that a meteoroid exploded in the atmosphere before it could impact the surface, generating an airburst that caused massive destruction. Some theorists suggested that the Kando event followed a similar pattern, with a meteor exploding mid-air, thereby explaining the absence of any meteorite fragments at the impact site. However, the lack of compelling physical evidence supporting this idea left many unconvinced. In an effort to uncover the truth, the astronomy department of the University of Santiago de Compostela launched an official investigation into the Kando event. Their findings, published in the journal Meteoritics and Planetary Science in 1998, challenged the meteorite theory. The research team proposed an alternative explanation, a subterranean gas explosion. They hypothesized that an underground accumulation of gases, possibly methane or other flammable compounds, had built up beneath the surface. When these gases suddenly ignited, they erupted violently, displacing soil and vegetation in a powerful explosion. As the gases rose into the air, they might have created an electrical charge strong enough to produce the fireball observed by witnesses. Despite this scientific explanation, many remain skeptical. Alternative theories continue to circulate, suggesting that the Kando event may have been the result of a secret military operation. Some believe that the explosion was caused by an experimental weapon or an unannounced military exercise, covered up to prevent public outcry. Others claim that the fireball and subsequent explosion were linked to UFO activity, pointing to reported sightings of unidentified flying objects in the area both before and after the event. To this day, no definitive conclusion has been reached regarding the cause of the Kando event. While the theory of a subterranean gas explosion provides a plausible natural explanation, the absence of concrete proof keeps the mystery alive. Sightings of the Cannock Chase Pigman. The Cannock Chase Pigman is one of the most bizarre and unsettling legends to come out of the United Kingdom. Unlike mysterious creatures such as Bigfoot or Nessie, the Pigman is described as a grotesque human-animal hybrid with the body of a man and the face of a pig. This strange being has allegedly been spotted numerous times in the dense woodlands of Cannock Chase, Staffordshire, a region already infamous for supernatural occurrences, including ghostly children and eerie lights. The mystery surrounding the Pigman has persisted for decades, with various theories attempting to explain its origins. Reports of the Pigman began shortly after the end of World War II, with eyewitness accounts describing a towering figure standing at approximately 7 feet tall, lurking in the shadows of the forest. Witnesses claimed that it appeared to have human-like limbs, but bore a hideous pig-like face, complete with an elongated snout. Some even reported hearing unsettling squealing noises echoing through the trees at night, adding to the terror of those who encountered it. There were even accounts of the creature dropping to all fours and running at incredible speeds, seemingly tracking its prey with an acute sense of smell. While many dismiss the Pigman as mere folklore, others believe there may be a more sinister truth behind the legend. One of the most popular theories is that the creature was the result of secret government experiments in genetic splicing following World War II. According to this theory, scientists attempted to merge human and animal DNA, possibly in an effort to create a super soldier or test the limits of biological manipulation. When the experiment failed, the Pigman was allegedly released into the wilderness of Cannock Chase, left to roam the dense forests undisturbed. While there is no official evidence to support this theory, it continues to be a popular explanation among researchers. Despite the legend existing for decades, it did not gain widespread attention until 2013, when researcher and author Lee Brickley published a book detailing the many reports and encounters related to the Pigman. His investigation uncovered numerous witness accounts spanning over 5 decades, suggesting that the legend was not simply a passing myth, but a phenomenon that had persisted for years. His work brought renewed interest to the story, inspiring new waves of paranormal enthusiasts and investigators to explore Cannock Chase in search of the mysterious being. The last widely recognized sighting of the Pigman occurred in 1993, after which reports of encounters became increasingly scarce. Some believe the creature may have died, while others think it may still be lurking in the depths of Cannock Chase, only emerging under the cover of darkness. To this day, the Pigman remains one of the region's most perplexing unsolved mysteries, continuing to terrify and intrigue those who dare to investigate. Whether it was an elaborate hoax, a misidentified animal, or something far more disturbing, the legend of the Cannock Chase pigman endures, keeping its eerie legacy alive. The mystery of the Lake Michigan Stonehenge. The discovery of the Lake Michigan Stonehenge in 2007 has remained one of the most mysterious underwater archaeological finds in North America. During an investigation aimed at locating recorded shipwrecks in the lake, a team of archaeologists stumbled upon a formation of massive carved stones deep beneath the water's surface. Initially dismissed as naturally placed rocks, further analysis of sonar imaging revealed that these stones were intentionally positioned in a circular formation resembling Stonehenge. This finding sparked intrigue among researchers, suggesting that an ancient civilization may have once constructed a site of significance at the bottom of the lake. As divers descended to examine the site, they were met with even more astonishing discoveries. Several of the large megalithic rocks bore markings and carvings on their surfaces. Among these carvings, researchers identified what appeared to be images of mastodons, an extinct species that roamed North America over 10,000 years ago. If these carvings are authentic, they would suggest that the stones were arranged by a prehistoric civilization that coexisted with these ancient creatures, pushing the timeline of human activity in the Great Lakes region much further back than previously thought. Despite the groundbreaking nature of this discovery, the site remains largely unexplored. Archaeologists working on the project were unable to dive deep enough to fully analyze the structures, as most were not trained in deep-sea exploration. Additionally, the sheer size and weight of the stones made it nearly impossible to bring them to the surface for further examination. Without the proper resources or funding for advanced underwater exploration, the site has remained largely untouched, leaving more questions than answers. Some researchers speculate that the Lake Michigan Stonehenge could have been a sacred site for early inhabitants of the region, possibly serving as a place of ritual or astronomical observation, similar to its famous counterpart in England. Others suggest that the stone formations may be remnants of a now submerged settlement, swallowed by rising water levels over thousands of years. However, without further study, these theories remain purely speculative. The mystery of the Lake Michigan Stonehenge is a testament to how much of human history remains undiscovered beneath the Earth's waters. While advanced sonar technology has provided a glimpse into what lies beneath, the lack of funding and expertise in deep-water archaeology has stalled efforts to uncover the full story behind these submerged structures. The Amazon rainforest has always captivated people with its enigmatic and captivating nature. For centuries, it has remained a subject of fascination and wonder. The area is renowned for its remarkable range of wildlife and the presence of indigenous communities with their unique customs and traditions. However, it has also become a focal point for the unearthing of man-made structures that have puzzled experts and given rise to intriguing theories about the past of this region. In addition to its abundant biodiversity and cultural diversity, this area has captivated researchers with the emergence of artificial constructions that continue to astound. One of the most remarkable instances that showcases man-made constructions in the Amazon rainforest is the presence of structures commonly referred to as pyramids, or large square mounds, which serve as a captivating sight amidst the dense jungle vegetation breaking through the canopy. Throughout the region, there are extensive and grand structures that have been discovered, with indications suggesting that they originate from pre-Columbian eras, although certain experts posit the possibility of an even more ancient origin. These remarkable architectural marvels, known for their scale and magnitude, are spread across the area and offer valuable insights into the past civilizations that once thrived there. The assortment of large objects is incredibly diverse, encompassing various shapes like circles and rectangles. These objects range massively in size, with some extending for more than a mile in length. When observing these objects, one can easily appreciate their grandeur, as they occupy a significant amount of space within the jungle. In recent years, advancements in drone and satellite technology have unveiled numerous hidden structures within the jungle. These remarkable discoveries were only made possible due to the ability of researchers to observe the jungle from an aerial perspective, a development that has occurred in the last few decades. Through the use of drones and satellites, scientists have gained a comprehensive understanding of the jungle's intricate architectural marvels, which were previously concealed from human eyes. As a result of this phenomenon, numerous captivating revelations have come to light, prompting archaeologists and researchers to assert that the Amazon rainforest is highly probable to shelter numerous hidden constructions. The vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest, with its dense vegetation and challenging terrain, has concealed a plethora of remarkable archaeological wonders. The Amazon rainforest, apart from its remarkable man-made structures, is also known for its rich repository of ancient ruins and fascinating artifacts. Explorations into this dense and biodiverse ecosystem have yielded numerous reports, shedding light on the secrets concealed within its depths. The lost cities of the Amazon have always captivated the imagination with their mysterious existence. These ancient settlements, now in ruins, hold a wealth of intrigue as they unveil glimpses of a forgotten civilization. Stories of their abandonment centuries ago only add to their allure. These urban centers are widely believed to have been constructed by highly sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations, prompting speculation among researchers about the existence of an intricate network of transportation infrastructure connecting them. This network likely consisted of an extensive system of roads and waterways that facilitated long-distance trade and communication between these cities. The presence of such a complex transportation network suggests that these societies possessed a level of organization and technological advancement. Although significant findings have been made, it is important to note that the examination of the ancient history of the Amazon rainforest is still in its early stages, leaving an abundance of unexplored territory. The investigation into the past of this vast and diverse ecosystem has only just begun, with countless secrets awaiting discovery. Studying this particular region presents a myriad of challenges, and one among them is the presence of extensive and impenetrable vegetation that envelops the landscape. This dense vegetation poses significant hurdles when it comes to the identification and excavation of ancient sites that may lie hidden beneath its verdant cover. It hinders researchers and archaeologists who are striving to uncover the truth. The Amazon, a vast and intricate ecosystem, presents a multitude of challenges when it comes to understanding how ancient civilizations navigated and engaged with their surroundings. This complex and ever-evolving environment poses a significant obstacle in unraveling the intricate relationship between human societies and the Amazonian landscape. In spite of the numerous obstacles they face, scientists persist in uncovering captivating revelations within the vast expanse of the Amazon rainforest, providing a deeper understanding of the fascinating and multifaceted past that permeates this extraordinary area. With every new finding, be it the vast geoglyphs etched into the Earth's surface, the fertile terra preta soils that nurture the Amazonian rainforest, or the enigmatic remains of ancient civilizations tucked away in hidden corners, our knowledge about the enduring inhabitants of the Amazon deepens. As our knowledge about these ancient civilizations continues to grow, our understanding of their remarkable legacy deepens. The more we delve into their societies, the more we come to appreciate the truly awe-inspiring impact they have made on the world. The Amazon rainforest, renowned for its exceptional range of plant and animal species, encompasses not only natural wonders, but also extraordinary man-made structures that provide valuable insights into the ancient civilizations that once thrived in this region. Contrary to the prevailing belief that the Amazon rainforest remained untouched by human activity until the arrival of Europeans, recent archaeological findings have challenged this notion, shedding light on the fact that indigenous communities have inhabited the Amazon for more than 13,000 years. Delving deeper into the subject, it becomes evident that the Amazon rainforest is not merely an untamed wilderness, but also an abode of human history and cultural significance. These discoveries add a new dimension to our understanding of the vast biodiversity and complex relationship between humans and nature in this enigmatic rainforest. One of the most remarkable illustrations of ancient structures can be seen in the Amazon through the geoglyphs, or earthworks, referred to as the Amazonian earthworks. These monumental patterns and intricate designs were formed by the deliberate removal of the top layer of soil, revealing the distinct color and texture of the underlying subsoil. The creation of these geoglyphs can be attributed to pre-Columbian societies that existed between 500 BCE and 1500 CE, and they are predominantly situated in regions that are currently covered by dense forests. The geoglyphs of the Amazon region, also known as Amazonian earthworks, serve as an exceptional testament to the ingenuity and artistic prowess of ancient civilizations. The purpose of these geoglyphs is still unknown, although theories range from ritual and astronomical purposes to markers for sacred spaces. The largest known Amazonian earthwork is the Sajama Lines in Bolivia, which runs for over 15 miles and is made up of straight lines, circles, and other geometric shapes. The Sajama Lines are so large that they can only be fully appreciated from the air, which has led some to speculate that the builders may have had a means of flight. In the diverse ecosystem of the Amazon rainforest, there is yet another fascinating structure, known as the raised fields of the Bolivian Amazon. These distinctive fields, constructed by forming walls using a combination of soil and organic materials, are strategically elevated above the floodplain. The purpose behind this ingenious method is to shield valuable crops from the detrimental effects of flooding while simultaneously enhancing the fertility of the soil, ultimately leading to a more bountiful and productive agricultural output. By meticulously building these raised fields, the indigenous communities in the Bolivian Amazon have successfully mitigated the adverse impact of seasonal flooding. The Amazon rainforest not only boasts of its remarkable natural beauty, but also holds a treasure trove of archaeological sites that offer invaluable glimpses into the lives of ancient civilizations. These man-made structures, standing alongside the lush greenery, provide fascinating insights into the cultural and historical richness of the region. Through extensive excavations, archaeologists have unearthed compelling evidence of advanced societies that thrived in this dense rainforest. These ancient peoples engaged in complex trade networks with neighboring regions, showcasing their skilled craftsmanship through intricately designed pottery. Kuhikugu, an ancient city that thrived from 1050 to 1400 CE, stands out as an exemplary site that showcased the sophistication of its inhabitants. This city, strategically located on a series of terraces, exhibited an intricate network of canals and causeways, indicating its pivotal role as a bustling hub for trade and commerce. Furthermore, archaeological findings have shed light on the skilled craftsmanship prevalent in Kuhikugu through the discovery of exquisite pottery and evidence of advanced metalworking techniques. Notably, it is fascinating to note that residents of this remarkable city also engaged in the consumption of psychoactive substances. The Amazon rainforest, often perceived as an untamed and impenetrable expanse, is home to remarkable man-made structures and archaeological sites that provide us with a profound understanding of the region's incredibly diverse history. These discoveries effectively challenge the prevailing belief that the Amazon remained untouched by human presence until the arrival of European settlers. Instead, they vividly demonstrate that indigenous communities have inhabited this lush region for countless millennia, continuously shaping and nurturing the land with their profound knowledge and sustainable practices. By delving into the depths of the Amazon rainforest, we uncover a tapestry of cultural heritage and human ingenuity that has thrived in this magnificent ecosystem. The preservation of valuable archaeological sites is being severely jeopardized by the rapid destruction of the Amazon rainforest, which is primarily caused by deforestation and various other human activities. It is of utmost importance that immediate measures are taken to safeguard and conserve these structures, not only because they hold immense historical and cultural significance, but also because they possess the potential to provide us with invaluable insights into sustainable practices that can be applied to contemporary agriculture and land management techniques. The Amazon rainforest, with its rich biodiversity and abundant resources, serves as a crucial habitat for numerous species and plays a vital role in maintaining the ecological balance of our planet. However, the relentless deforestation efforts and human-induced activities are swiftly eroding this pristine forest, consequently endangering various archaeological sites. At present, the Amazon rainforest holds immense ecological significance, serving as a valuable sanctuary for diverse plant and animal species. However, it is not just a natural wonderland, it also holds a profound historical legacy. Unearthing ancient constructions and archaeological sites within this region deeply challenges our preconceived notions about its past, shedding light on the remarkable civilizations that once thrived here. This underscores the critical need to safeguard these cultural treasures and ensure their preservation for generations to come. By protecting and studying these remnants of human history, we can gain deeper insights into the societal structures and technological advancements that have been left behind. The mysterious disappearance of Tammy Pitkin continues to raise questions and concern nearly a year after she was last seen. Tammy was 54 years old when she vanished in October 2022. A longtime resident of Red Bluff, California, she had worked as a realtor, though according to family accounts, her employment had recently come to an end. It remains unclear whether she had left her position voluntarily or if the job had concluded for other reasons. At the time of her disappearance, Tammy was going through significant life changes. She had been married for 20 years, but her relationship with her husband had come to an end, and their divorce was finalized in August 2023. Her share of their assets, should she remain missing, was arranged to go to her son. Tammy's absence has been especially painful for her family, as she missed some of the most important milestones in their lives. After she disappeared, her son got married, and a grandchild was born. Tammy, who had always shown love for her two dogs, Cope and Trooper, and supported her local animal rescue, seemed to have left without explanation or warning. According to her son, the last time he saw her was on October 14, 2022. She had told him she was going on a short trip and would return in a few days. The next day, Tammy made several purchases that hinted at her travel plans. She bought a prepaid phone card in Red Bluff and withdrew $1,000 from a bank account that her family had been unaware of. She also bought fast food in Weed, California, and purchased gas in Glendale, Oregon. Later, she obtained a prepaid Visa card in Sutherlin and made another convenience store stop in Glendale. Her movements on October 16th and 17th were more telling. She reserved a room at the Best Western in Sutherlin, Oregon, using her husband's credit card, although she is believed to have paid with cash. Early on the 17th, she purchased gas again in Sutherlin, and later that morning, she was seen at a Rite Aid in Albany, Oregon. Security footage from a nearby business captured her walking with her dogs, seemingly alone. Tammy wasn't reported missing until October 26th, and it remains unknown who made the report. Just a few days later, on October 29th, a hunter discovered her grey Toyota Camry on a remote forest road about 30 miles east of Sweet Home, Oregon. The car, seemingly untouched, had been sitting for days, possibly since the 17th. Snowfall and weather conditions suggested it had not been moved since it was parked. Inside the vehicle, investigators found Tammy's purse, identification, passport, birth certificate, medications, toiletries, and other personal belongings. There were also dog leashes, moving boxes with clothes and shoes, and a worn-out firearm. However, Tammy was not found, and neither was her prepaid phone or burner phone, the extra key fob believed to be with her, or her second dog, Cope. The search around the vehicle turned up nothing, despite efforts by law enforcement and K9 teams. Due to exposure to the elements, no fingerprints could be retrieved, and as of October 2024, DNA testing results remain pending. 2 weeks after the car was discovered, it was released to Tammy's son. In an unexpected turn, one of Tammy's dogs, Trooper, was found alive in February 2023, running along Highway 20 near the wooded area where the car had been abandoned. Remarkably, Trooper was in good health, despite surviving the harsh winter conditions. However, neither Tammy nor her second dog, Cope, has ever been found. Since Tammy's disappearance, her ex-husband has remarried and sold her car shortly after she went missing. When Trooper was found, neither her son nor her ex-husband chose to retrieve the dog. Instead, Trooper was taken in by an Oregon couple, who now care for him. Tammy's half-sister, Iraka Laughlin, maintains contact with Trooper's new family and receives updates regularly. Iraka, despite having had a strained relationship with Tammy in recent years, has spoken publicly about her sister's case. She shared that Tammy had been struggling emotionally at the time she vanished and may have been scared. Though they had not spoken for 5 years, Irika remembers their childhood fondly and continues to describe Tammy as a caring and remarkable person. The mystery surrounding Tammy Pitkin's disappearance remains unresolved. There are no clear signs of foul play, but the remote location of the abandoned vehicle, the missing personal items, and the reappearance of one of her dogs suggest a story far more complex than initially assumed. As her family and friends hold on to hope and continue seeking answers, the case stands as a somber reminder of how someone can vanish so completely, leaving behind only questions, memories, and a loyal dog who somehow found his way back to people willing to care. The mystery of Robert Marvin. The mysterious disappearance of 55-year-old geologist Robert Marvin remains one of the more haunting unsolved cases connected to an earlier tragedy in his life. Robert and his wife, Lola Marvin, were a long-married couple, having tied the knot in 1952 in Logan, Utah. Together, they raised two sons, George and Robert Jr., and by 1979, their family appeared stable and successful. Robert had built a reputable career as a geologist, and Lola was professionally accomplished in her own right. The couple's history did not suggest any public turbulence or family distress, and their children were already grown and beginning lives of their own. However, in July of 1979, the Marvin family was struck by a shocking tragedy. On the evening of July 13th, Lola Marvin was scheduled to fly from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Oklahoma City for business. Records show that she arrived at the airport shortly before her 5 p.m. flight, but she never boarded the plane. At the time, Robert Marvin Sr. was away on business in Canada, placing him far from New Mexico. It wasn't until several days later that the family, including both sons and Robert Sr., realized that Lola was missing. Concerned, they began searching for her and eventually arrived at the Albuquerque airport. There, they found her vehicle still parked in one of the airport lots. At first, there was relief at locating the car, but that quickly turned to heartbreak. Inside the vehicle, they discovered Lola's body. The car was locked, the windows rolled up, and Lola was slumped over inside. Reports indicated that she had been struck at close range 3 times with a firearm. Investigators at the time concluded that the individual responsible had likely been sitting in the passenger seat. Lola's purse was missing, prompting authorities to classify the case as a robbery gone wrong. Given that Robert Marvin had been out of the country at the time, he was not considered a suspect, and the case eventually went cold. 5 years later, the Marvin family was again faced with an unsettling event. Robert Marvin Sr., now 55 and employed by the Santa Fe Mining Company, was reportedly traveling frequently between Moab, Utah and Albuquerque. In 1984, Robert was involved in a relationship with a woman named Betty Farrow. According to her account, Robert spent the weekend of August 31st with her in Moab. On the morning of September 4th, Robert told her he was planning to travel to either Telluride or Durango, Colorado, to look at condominiums. He left around 9:30 in the morning, and that would be the last time anyone reported seeing him. Some sources noted that the two may have had a minor disagreement that morning. Robert was last seen at a nearby gas station. Betty later mentioned that Robert had appeared emotionally strained in the days leading up to his disappearance, and there were reports, though never officially confirmed, that he had recently liquidated $20,000 in stock. 2 days after he was last seen, the Santa Fe Mining Company contacted his family, having been unable to reach him. The family, assuming he had been away on business, immediately filed a missing person report. Approximately 1 month after his disappearance, Robert's car, a 1974 Volkswagen convertible, was discovered abandoned. Most accounts state it was found in a parking lot at the Albuquerque airport, the same place where Lola Marvin had been found 5 years earlier. However, some discrepancies remain about the exact location. Inside the vehicle were personal belongings, including Robert's tobacco pouch. Traces of blood were found on the pouch, but testing methods at the time could not confirm whether it belonged to Robert. More importantly, Robert himself was not found, and there was no sign of foul play within the vehicle. His bank accounts remained untouched, and an uncashed check was among the items left behind, deepening the mystery. Authorities involved in the case over the years have expressed the belief that foul play may have been involved in Robert's disappearance. However, they have never definitively linked his vanishing to Lola's unsolved case. Speculation arose around Betty Farrow, particularly because of statements she made in earlier interviews that suggested her relationship with Robert may have begun before Lola's passing. Yet, no formal accusations were made, and no arrests occurred in either case. Years later, the Marvin sons discovered an old event calendar belonging to their mother. The notes indicated that Lola may have planned to meet someone at a hotel near the Albuquerque airport the night before her scheduled flight. While this lead reportedly drew the attention of law enforcement, no public disclosures were made regarding the identity of the individual or any further developments. The family has voiced concerns that the initial investigation into Lola's case was not handled as thoroughly as it should have been, and that valuable time and evidence may have been lost. Today, the cases of Lola Marvin's tragic end and Robert Marvin's disappearance remain unsolved. With no closure, the events continue to raise questions and inspire theories, both within the family and among those who have followed the mystery over the years. Whether the two cases are linked by coincidence or connected through deeper, hidden motives remains one of the many unanswered questions. The legacy of both Lola and Robert Marvin lives on through their children, who still seek the truth behind what happened to their parents during those quiet but fateful years in New Mexico and Utah. The mysterious Dark Watchers of California. The Dark Watchers of California have remained one of the most intriguing and eerie legends of the American West. These mysterious figures are described as tall, dark, human-like shapes that stand silently along the hills, ridges, and peaks of the Santa Lucia Mountains of California, as well as Mount Mingus and Mount Graham in Arizona. They are often seen at twilight, looming quietly over the vast landscapes, as if surveying the land and those who pass through it. Despite numerous encounters and tales passed through generations, the true nature of these shadowy beings remains a captivating mystery. Although some stories link the Dark Watchers to the Chumash people, who traditionally lived along California's central and southern coasts, no direct references to these figures appear in Chumash folklore. Instead, it was the Spanish settlers who arrived in the 18th century who first documented the sightings. They referred to the figures as Los Vigilantes Oscuros, meaning the Dark Watchers. According to their accounts, these beings were immense in stature, appearing to stand around 10 feet tall. They were often seen cloaked in dark garments and wearing large, wide-brimmed hats, resembling ghostly sentinels standing guard over the mountains. Legends warn against approaching these mysterious figures. Folklore suggests that those who dared to get too close to the Dark Watchers mysteriously vanished, leaving behind no trace. Whether these stories are cautionary tales meant to protect wanderers from the dangers of the wild or accounts of genuine encounters, they have left an indelible mark on the imagination of those familiar with the legend. The tales of the Dark Watchers gained wider recognition in the 20th century, thanks in part to celebrated authors like John Steinbeck. Growing up in California, Steinbeck was surrounded by stories of the Watchers. His mother would recount how she once offered food to these beings in the mountains, only to later find that the offering had been replaced by flowers. Steinbeck's incorporation of the legend into his writings helped to embed the Dark Watchers deeper into California's cultural fabric. Poet Robinson Jeffers also added his voice to the legend. Jeffers described the Watchers as forms that look human to human eyes, but certainly are not human. He painted a vivid image of these beings as silent observers emerging from behind ridges during the quiet of twilight, only to vanish into the gathering shadows as suddenly as they had appeared. Through these literary interpretations, the Dark Watchers became more than just local folklore. They became a symbol of the mystery and majesty of the California wilderness. Modern attempts to explain the Dark Watchers have pointed to natural phenomena and the quirks of human perception. Scientists have proposed that the sightings may be caused by pareidolia, a psychological phenomenon where the brain recognizes familiar shapes in unclear or random images. This instinct to find patterns could explain why hikers and travelers believe they see humanoid figures among the rugged terrain and shifting light of the mountains. Another scientific theory draws on a phenomenon known in Germany's Harz Mountains as the Brocken spectre. In this event, an observer's shadow is projected onto mist or cloud banks, often magnified to an enormous size and surrounded by a halo-like glow. The mist and lighting distort the shadow, making it appear otherworldly and towering, much like the descriptions of the Dark Watchers. Under certain atmospheric conditions in the Santa Lucia Mountains, it is entirely plausible that hikers could encounter a similar optical illusion without realizing they were simply witnessing their own shadows cast in a strange, magnified form. Despite these rational explanations, the legend of the Dark Watchers persists. The enduring nature of the story seems less about a search for proof and more about the emotional and psychological impact these sightings have had on those who experience them. The vast, rugged beauty of California's mountain ranges, combined with the solitude often felt when traversing them, creates the perfect environment for such mysteries to take root. The Watchers symbolize the awe, fear, and respect that humans feel toward nature and the unknown forces that might still reside in its hidden corners. In the end, the Dark Watchers remain figures of wonder and caution, whether they are manifestations of natural phenomena, tricks of light and shadow, or something genuinely unexplained. They continue to watch silently from the mountain peaks. Their presence reminds all who hear their stories that the world still holds secrets waiting to be discovered, just beyond the edge of twilight. This Virgin Mary statue sheds tears days before the Pope's passing. In an event that has captured widespread attention and stirred deep emotions, a statue of the Virgin Mary was filmed appearing to shed tears just days before the passing of the Pope. The footage, recorded during a Good Friday service at St. John Eudes Parish in Aguas Claras, located in Colombia's department of Norte de Santander, quickly spread across social media platforms, with many viewers calling it a miracle. Witnesses at the scene during the Sermon of the Seven Words, a reflection on the final sayings of Jesus Christ during his crucifixion, described seeing clear droplets on the statue's face, resembling tears. The video immediately went viral, with countless comments from around the world. Many people expressed awe and reverence, interpreting the event as a divine sign. One observer reflected on the possible meaning behind the tears, suggesting that it symbolized sorrow over the presence of human wrongdoing and that the Virgin Mary was mourning in silence. The timing of the incident, so close to the Pope's peaceful passing after weeks of hospitalization with respiratory difficulties and an infection, added an even greater sense of mystery and emotional resonance to the event. The phenomenon of a weeping statue is not a new concept in religious circles. Throughout history, there have been numerous claims of statues shedding tears or emitting other substances such as oil, blood-like fluids, or fragrant liquids. In many instances, these occurrences are seen by believers as powerful signs from the divine. In some cases, witnesses have reported associated miracles, including instances of physical healing, the appearance of sacred images within the tear lines, and the scent of roses, often considered a spiritual symbol connected to the Virgin Mary. For many of the faithful, a weeping statue is interpreted as a sign of empathy and connection between the divine and humanity. It suggests that spiritual figures are aware of human suffering and respond with compassion and sorrow. In this particular case, many felt the Virgin Mary's tears were a visible manifestation of grief at the state of the world, particularly during a significant period of reflection and mourning within the Church. Skeptics, as with past reports of weeping statues, have suggested natural explanations such as condensation or trickling moisture. However, for those present at St. John Eudes Parish and for many around the globe who witnessed the footage, the emotional and spiritual impact of the event outweighed any scientific scrutiny. It served as a reminder of faith, hope, and the mysteries that continue to inspire religious belief in modern times. Mysterious trail camera photo. A recently surfaced trail camera image has captured widespread attention due to the mysterious figure it appears to show. Taken in what seems to be a marshy or wooded area, the photo depicts a large, dark, fur-covered creature walking on all fours through shallow water. The posture, size, and texture of the figure have led to countless theories, with some viewers suggesting it could be an unknown creature, while others believe it may be evidence of a cryptid, possibly something resembling Bigfoot or a similar folklore entity. The photograph was reportedly taken at night or in low light, typical of motion-activated trail cameras. The creature's fur appears thick and matted, possibly damp from moving through the water. Its proportions are unusual, with long limbs and a slightly hunched back, leading some to question whether it is an animal known to science. The head is somewhat rounded and appears to be turned slightly downward, with no easily distinguishable facial features visible in the image. The surrounding environment, water, grass, and low shrubs, adds to the mystery, making the creature appear even more out of place. Many researchers have speculated that the photo could represent a creature not yet documented by science. The way it carries itself, combined with the remote location in which it was captured, has only increased the intrigue. Some claim that it might be a misidentified bear or large dog, potentially distorted by lighting, wet fur, and movement. Others suggest it could be a person in a costume, though the naturalistic appearance of the fur and posture make that theory difficult for some to accept. Skeptics argue that trail cameras often produce misleading images due to motion blur, poor lighting, and perspective. Even so, this particular image has captured the imagination of those who are drawn to the mysteries of the wilderness. As with many similar sightings, the photograph raises more questions than it answers. Until more evidence emerges or further analysis is conducted, the trail camera image remains an eerie and compelling piece of modern mystery. Whether it is an elaborate misunderstanding or a genuine glimpse at something unknown, it adds to the growing collection of unexplained moments captured in the wild. Woman photographs the alleged dogman. A mysterious photograph captured in Phillips, Wisconsin, has sparked widespread curiosity and debate among enthusiasts of unexplained phenomena. The image, shared by a woman who wished to remain anonymous, shows what many believe to be a creature known as the dogman. According to the woman, she had been hiking through a densely wooded area when she first noticed something moving through the trees. At a glance, she assumed it was a black bear, a common enough sight in the region, and quickly reached for her camera to capture a few photographs. As she prepared to take the picture, the creature turned its head toward her. At that moment, she realized something was very different about this animal. Instead of remaining on all fours like a typical bear, the creature slowly began to rise and stand upright on two legs. Shocked by what she was seeing, she managed to snap a photograph before retreating safely from the area. The photograph, taken during daylight hours, clearly shows a large, shadowy figure partially obscured by the forest's thick foliage. Even with the trees concealing parts of it, the shape and posture of the creature are distinctly unusual. Those who study mysterious creatures and folklore, often referred to as cryptozoologists, have praised the photograph for its clarity compared to previous alleged sightings. Many have pointed out that it is rare to obtain such a clear daytime image of a supposed dogman, a creature often described as having the body of a large man and the head of a dog or wolf. The photo has quickly gained attention in the cryptozoology community and beyond, prompting others to come forward with their own experiences of encountering similar beings. Several individuals, encouraged by the recent photograph, have shared accounts of seeing creatures matching the dogman description, both in Wisconsin and other parts of the United States. Witnesses commonly report sightings of a large bipedal creature covered in dark fur, with pointed ears and an elongated snout. These stories often describe the creatures as moving swiftly and powerfully, yet exhibiting an almost eerie level of awareness toward their surroundings and the people who observe them. Skeptics, as expected, have suggested various natural explanations, proposing that the creature might be a bear standing upright, or that the image could be a product of lighting and shadows playing tricks on the viewer. However, those who believe in the existence of cryptids argue that the creature's posture and the proportions visible in the photograph do not align neatly with any known animal native to the area. Regardless of where one stands on the existence of creatures like the dogman, the photograph from Phillips has reignited fascination with the unexplained. It serves as a reminder that the world still holds mysteries that spark the imagination and encourage exploration. Whether a glimpse of an undiscovered species, a trick of the light, or something even stranger, the encounter captured in Wisconsin has added a new and compelling chapter to the lore surrounding the dogman legend. This woman photographs a mysterious object outside a plane window. A striking and mysterious photograph has recently surfaced on social media, showing what appears to be a silver, cylinder-shaped UFO captured from a plane window. The image, which was shared across various Facebook groups, has sparked widespread discussions about what the object is, its lack of propulsion system, and why it was seen so close to the plane. Taken by a woman who was photographing the scenic view outside her window, the unidentified object appeared suddenly and was visible for only a few seconds. Had she not been holding her phone at that exact moment, she admitted she would have never noticed it at all. The woman described how the object moved swiftly across her field of vision, prompting her to snap a picture before it disappeared. Unlike conventional aircraft, drones, or balloons, the object displayed a sleek metallic surface and lacked visible wings or propulsion systems. Its cylindrical shape and apparent high speed added to the mystery, leading many online users to speculate about its origins. Some suggested it could be a classified military craft, while others believed it could be evidence of extraterrestrial technology. Debate over the photograph has continued to grow, with skeptics and believers alike offering their interpretations. Some argue that the object may have been an optical illusion or a reflection on the window, while others insist that its distinct shape and presence in the open sky rule out such explanations. UFO enthusiasts have compared it to previous sightings of cylindrical, unidentified flying objects, noting that similar accounts have been reported by pilots and passengers over the years. These types of UFOs, sometimes referred to as tic-tac or cigar-shaped crafts, have been documented in military encounters. Despite the intrigue surrounding the image, the lack of additional footage or eyewitness reports makes it difficult to draw definitive conclusions. No official sources have commented on the sighting, leaving the photograph open to interpretation. The woman who took the image maintains that the object was unlike anything she had ever seen before and insists that it was not an ordinary aircraft. Whether it was an advanced human-made vehicle or something entirely unknown, the image has captivated the internet, adding yet another chapter to the long history of unexplained aerial phenomena. The haunting mystery of the ghostly figure. A chilling photograph has surfaced online, showing a man posing in what appears to be an abandoned building. While the man himself looks ordinary, it is the eerie figure behind him that has captivated and disturbed those who have seen the image. Many believe that the photo captures the apparition of a ghostly presence, resembling a girl with long black hair hovering just above the man's head. The unsettling image has fueled speculation about whether the location is haunted and what unseen forces may have been present at the time the photo was taken. Very little information has been released about the origins of the image, adding to the mystery. No one seems to know who took the photograph, where it was taken, or what the man was doing in the building. However, the ghostly figure's distinct appearance has led many to believe that the image is genuine and not a product of digital manipulation. Paranormal enthusiasts argue that the setting, a seemingly abandoned and decayed structure, is exactly the type of place where spirits are said to linger, trapped between worlds. Theories about the figure range from a lost soul haunting the location to a residual energy imprint left behind by past tragedies. Some believe that the man in the photograph may have unknowingly disturbed something supernatural, while some argue that it could be a trick of the light or an illusion caused by shadows. Regardless of the explanation, the eerie nature of the image has sparked widespread fascination, with many wondering if the camera captured something beyond human understanding. Until more details emerge, the ghostly figure will remain a haunting mystery. The mysterious Martian cave entrance. A mysterious image from Mars has ignited debate and speculation among space enthusiasts and researchers alike. Captured by one of NASA's rovers, the image appears to show a large opening in the side of a Martian cliff, resembling a doorway carved into the rocky surface. The unusual formation has led many to question whether this is a naturally occurring geological structure or something more mysterious, possibly even artificial. The distinct shape and straight edges of the entrance have fueled theories that Mars may hold secrets yet to be uncovered. The online discussion surrounding the image has been divided. Some argue that the doorway-like opening is an example of natural erosion, formed over millions of years by Martian winds and shifting landscapes. Comparisons have been made to ancient Egyptian doorways, with some suggesting that if a similar formation were found on Earth, it would immediately be assumed to be a man-made structure. The resemblance to ancient ruins has only added to the mystery, leaving many to wonder if Mars once hosted intelligent life. A major point of contention is whether NASA should direct its rover to explore the entrance. Since the image was captured by a rover on the Martian surface, some argue that the opening must be close enough for further investigation. They question why NASA has not made any attempt to send the rover inside, considering the public's curiosity and the potential significance of the discovery. If such an opportunity presented itself on Earth, researchers would likely prioritize a closer look, leading to frustration among those who believe NASA may be deliberately avoiding certain areas. Despite the speculation, NASA has yet to release an official explanation for the strange formation. The mystery of the cheerleader image. A mysterious image circulating online has left viewers puzzled. The photograph appears to show a young cheerleader sitting on the ground, looking directly at the camera. At first glance, it seems like a normal image, but a closer look reveals something far more unsettling. Behind the cheerleader, a metal jail cell or mesh structure is visible, and within it, arms appear to be reaching out, tapping on the mesh. The strange image has sparked debate, as no one has been able to determine its origins or authenticity. Despite numerous attempts to trace the source, reverse image searches have turned up nothing. Typically, online images can be linked to a specific website, news story, or historical archive, but this particular photograph remains a mystery. Some have suggested that it might be a digitally altered creation, while others believe it could be an authentic, unexplained phenomenon. The uncertainty surrounding its background only adds to its mystery, leaving viewers wondering whether they are looking at an eerie artistic piece, a staged photograph, or something far more sinister. The cheerleader image, with its disturbing background, is now part of that collection of internet mysteries. Until its origins are discovered, it will continue to spark speculation, drawing in those who are fascinated by the unexplained and the uncanny. A WikiLeaks document in its global intelligence archives has generated much discussion for almost 4 years. This document, attributed to the State Department's Office of European and Eurasian Affairs, has the title Report on the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics' Destruction of a Clandestine United States Base on the Moon. However, no digital copy could be obtained as an electronic version was unavailable. 2 years after submitting the initial Freedom of Information Act request, the complete document has been formally disclosed. Following the first publication of this document in the WikiLeaks database and its subsequent discovery by site users, considerable conjecture has arisen regarding its true significance, particularly in light of an actual project to detonate a nuclear bomb on the Moon. Nonetheless, when reviewing the paper, it becomes evident that it was merely a letter addressing a 1979 inquiry conducted by former House of Representatives member Samuel Devine. The correspondence from Douglas J. Bennett Jr., Undersecretary for Congressional Relations at the State Department, clarifies that the assertion regarding the Soviet Union's destruction of a clandestine United States lunar facility in 1977 is false. Devine had evidently received correspondence from an elector named Tade Quentin Arbogast, inquiring about what he referred to as the Battle of the Harvest Moon. The Freedom of Information Act request was initially sent to the State Department in 2019. Subsequently, it was advised that the document be archived at the National Archives and Records Administration, where it would most likely be preserved due to its historical context. The document suggests that the US government kept the existence of this base a closely guarded secret, fearing international backlash and potential violations of treaties, which prohibits the militarization of celestial bodies. According to the account, only a select group of military and intelligence personnel knew of the base's existence, and all activities were carried out under the guise of other space missions. However, the document reveals that the Soviet Union somehow became aware of the base. US intelligence operatives were initially unsure how the Soviets learned about the lunar installation, but evidence suggested that Soviet spies had infiltrated key American space agencies or private contractors involved in the construction of the base. The US government believed the Soviets might have been planning their own covert moon mission, leading to heightened tensions. Insiders have said that the destruction of the base, as detailed in the document, had significant implications for US-Soviet relations. Despite the violent nature of the incident, both governments chose to avoid public confrontation. The US administration feared that disclosing the attack would not only violate certain laws, but also provoke a public outcry about the militarization of space. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, likely wanted to avoid being accused of attacking a manned facility, a potential violation of international law that could lead to diplomatic isolation. The document suggests that high-level diplomatic talks between the US and Soviet Union took place in secret to de-escalate the situation. both sides agreed to bury the incident, with the understanding that further military actions in space could lead to catastrophic consequences for both nations. As a result, the US never publicly acknowledged the existence of the lunar base, and the Soviet Union never admitted responsibility for its destruction. The declassified document revealing the destruction of a secret US lunar base by the Soviet Union not only redefines the history of the space race, but also provides a compelling reason for the creation of modern space-based military strategies. The covert assault on this lunar base, a US lunar installation, exposed the vulnerabilities that nations face in space and underscored the need for greater control, defense, and security in this new domain. Many insiders who have studied these documents have said that this incident, hidden for decades, stands as one of the foundational events that motivated the establishment of the United States Space Force, a branch of the military focused entirely on protecting American interests beyond Earth's atmosphere. The destruction of this base is a stark reminder of the strategic and military importance of space. During the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized space as the ultimate frontier, not just for exploration, but for potential military superiority. The covert lunar incident demonstrated how space could easily become the next theater of warfare, with devastating consequences if one nation were to gain a foothold in outer space or on celestial bodies like the Moon. The Soviet Union's decisive and destructive response to the US lunar base highlighted how vulnerable space installations are to attack. This lunar base's fall was a wake-up call for the US military and government, showcasing the limitations of current defense strategies when applied to space. Despite technological advancements and the success of NASA's public missions, the covert operation exposed the US's lack of preparedness for defending space assets, leaving vital installations open to sabotage. With this in mind, the lunar base incident set the stage for future generations of military strategists and policymakers to consider space not merely as a domain for exploration, but as an operational environment that needed its own dedicated defense force. This realization would only grow stronger in the decades to come, as both the technology for space warfare advanced and new players, such as China and private space companies, entered the scene, adding more complexity and competition to the space race. Although the US Space Force was officially established in December 2019, the roots of its formation can be traced back to concerns that emerged long before its public creation. The covert destruction of the secret military lunar base and the understanding that space could easily become a contested battleground played a significant part in shaping the direction of US military policy in space. The US Space Force was created as a response to the growing realization that space was no longer a peaceful domain for scientific exploration alone. Just as the lunar base incident showed, space assets like satellites, space stations, and potential moon bases could become prime targets for future conflicts. Space, much like air, land, and sea, was now seen as a domain that required protection, control, and defense. According to military analysts, the lessons learned from the Cold War, particularly the destruction of the secret US lunar base, emphasized the need for a dedicated military force capable of managing the complexities of space warfare. The US Space Force was designed to ensure that American assets in space, both civilian and military, are protected from any potential threats, whether from state actors like Russia or China, or from rogue actors and non-state entities. By creating a dedicated force, the US could streamline its space defense strategy, unifying satellite operations, missile defense, and space intelligence under one umbrella. The Space Force's primary responsibilities include developing systems to deter or defend against attacks in space, ensuring the protection of US satellites and space-based communication systems, and monitoring potential threats from other countries or entities that could disrupt US interests in space. These objectives take direct inspiration from the vulnerabilities that were exposed during the covert lunar base incident, where a lack of space-based defense allowed a foreign power to destroy a critical asset. The exploration of space, particularly the Moon, has captivated human imagination for decades. The public narrative of human lunar exploration revolves primarily around NASA's Apollo program. Between 1969 and 1972, 6 Apollo missions successfully landed astronauts on the Moon. These historic achievements are some of the most well-documented and celebrated in the history of space exploration. After the Apollo 17 mission in December 1972, the United States effectively ended its manned moon landings, citing high costs and shifting priorities in space exploration. However, this abrupt end to manned moon landings has always puzzled many observers. The immense investments in the Apollo program, both in terms of technology and human capital, made it hard to believe that NASA or the US government would simply abandon lunar exploration after achieving success. Moreover, the Moon, with its potential scientific value and strategic importance, seemed too valuable to leave unexplored for decades to come. This discrepancy has led some to believe that not all Moon missions were made public. In recent years, declassified documents and whistleblower testimony have suggested that secret Moon missions may have occurred under the radar of the public and mainstream media. These documents point to a variety of covert activities, ranging from secret reconnaissance missions to the installation of classified equipment on the Moon. Although many of these documents remain heavily redacted, they provide tantalizing glimpses into the possibility of undisclosed lunar missions. Additionally, records from the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency have also hinted at secret reconnaissance activities on the Moon. These activities were reportedly conducted to monitor potential Soviet advances in lunar exploration, particularly during the height of the space race. Some of these documents refer to unmanned lunar operations, but the possibility of manned missions remains an open question. Adding fuel to the fire are accounts from former NASA employees and military personnel who claim to have knowledge of secret Moon missions. One such whistleblower, a former contractor at NASA, suggested that additional missions to the Moon were undertaken under the guise of unmanned lunar operations. According to their testimony, some of these missions involved installing monitoring equipment and conducting experiments that were too sensitive to disclose publicly. They also hinted at the possibility that these missions were carried out by astronauts trained specifically for covert operations, separate from the well-known Apollo astronauts. Another source of speculation comes from Apollo astronauts themselves. In various interviews over the years, some astronauts have alluded to the presence of unexplained phenomena on the Moon, as well as potential secret missions. For example, Apollo 14 astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell, a strong advocate for transparency in space exploration, often spoke cryptically about military involvement in space and the presence of classified information related to extraterrestrial life and unknown lunar activities. While these statements have not been confirmed as direct evidence of secret Moon missions, they have added an element of mystery to the public's understanding of lunar exploration. One possibility is that secret Moon missions were part of Cold War efforts to gain a strategic military advantage over the Soviet Union. The Moon, located outside of Earth's immediate geopolitical reach, could serve as a platform for surveillance, missile detection, or even military installations. Keeping these missions secret would prevent the Soviet Union from developing countermeasures and maintain US dominance in space-related technologies. Another theory is that secret Moon missions were undertaken for the purpose of mining or exploiting lunar resources. The Moon contains valuable materials, including helium-3, which could be used for nuclear fusion, as well as rare minerals that are scarce on Earth. If the US government or private contractors had found a way to exploit these resources during the Cold War, it would have been advantageous to keep these activities classified to avoid geopolitical competition. Additionally, there is speculation that some secret missions might have been driven by scientific discoveries that were too sensitive to share with the public. Whistleblowers and conspiracy theorists alike have suggested that NASA or military agencies might have uncovered evidence of extraterrestrial activity or anomalous structures on the Moon. In this scenario, secrecy would be necessary to avoid mass panic or maintain control over information related to potential extraterrestrial contact. While concrete evidence of secret Moon missions has yet to emerge, the declassified documents, whistleblower accounts, and circumstantial evidence present a compelling case that not all lunar activity has been disclosed to the public. The idea of hidden missions raises important questions about transparency in space exploration, as well as the potential strategic and scientific motives behind classified lunar operations. As new space programs, both governmental and private, prepare to return to the Moon in the coming decades, the truth about possible secret missions may eventually come to light. If covert lunar activities did occur, future missions could uncover physical evidence of these operations, such as abandoned bases, unexplained artifacts, or equipment left behind. Whether driven by military strategy, scientific discovery, or economic interests, the mystery of potential secret moon missions continues to captivate the imagination and deepen the intrigue surrounding humanity's relationship with the moon. In addition to the Apollo program and other publicly acknowledged space missions, there is increasing speculation that some lunar missions were classified and carried out without public disclosure. For decades, mysteries surrounding the moon have fueled speculation and debate, particularly following the Apollo missions. Among the most controversial claims is the idea that astronauts may have encountered evidence of extraterrestrial life or ancient alien structures during their lunar expeditions. While some still question whether NASA ever landed on the moon, the majority of experts support the validity of the 6 lunar landing missions. However, a growing number of NASA insiders and whistleblowers have alleged that the space agency has deliberately concealed critical information about what was truly discovered on the moon. One of the most well-known figures making these claims is Dr. Ralph Kennedy Johnston, a former NASA contractor and aerospace engineer. Born in 1942 at Fort Sam Houston U.S. Army Air Corps Base in San Antonio, Texas, Johnston played a crucial role in the Apollo program. He was one of the 4 civilian astronaut consultant pilots at NASA, responsible for helping train Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins for the Apollo 11 mission. Despite his extensive background in the aerospace industry, Johnston has since become widely known as a NASA whistleblower, though he rejects that label. Instead, he insists that he is simply sharing first-hand information that the public has a right to know. His allegations center around the claim that NASA is hiding evidence of ancient alien cities and advanced extraterrestrial technology on the moon. He asserts that some of these technologies are so advanced that they appear to manipulate gravity itself. Johnston's conflict with NASA began when he was ordered to destroy a near-complete collection of high-resolution glossy photo prints from the Apollo program. These images, which are reportedly of higher quality than what is available to the public, allegedly contain evidence of artificial structures and other anomalies on the moon. Johnston defied this order, choosing instead to preserve the photographs and later share them with the public. Over the past 4 decades, numerous scientists, engineers, and former NASA employees have accused the agency of withholding data and covering up evidence of anomalous objects in space. Many believe that NASA has deliberately hidden the discovery of artifacts on the Moon and Mars, as well as suppressed evidence of potential life detected by the Viking probe in the 1970s. Johnston's claims align with these suspicions, as he insists that Apollo astronauts captured photographic proof of alien structures during their extravehicular activities, EVAs, on the Moon. According to Johnston, NASA was so determined to erase this evidence that they ordered the destruction of all EVA images at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. When he refused to comply, he was ultimately dismissed from his position. His decision to go public with these allegations resulted in his termination from NASA and led to widespread controversy. In 2007, following the publication of Richard Hoagland's book, Dark Mission: The Secret History of NASA, Johnston's name appeared in quotes criticizing NASA for hiding crucial information. Shortly after, Kay Ferrari, the director of NASA's Solar System Ambassadors program at JPL, asked Johnston to resign. When he refused, citing First Amendment protections of free speech, Ferrari allegedly forced his removal from the program. Following his abrupt departure, Johnston stated that he was frustrated with the US government's decision to sit on classified evidence for more than 40 years. He claimed that images taken during the Apollo missions revealed ruins of ancient structures, including massive glass domes, towering stone spires, and even what appeared to be castles suspended in mid-air. The low-quality versions of these images that have been released publicly, according to Johnston, fail to capture the full extent of what was truly found on the moon. Johnston remarked in an interview that he has nothing to lose. The subject of alien structures on the moon remains one of the most hotly debated topics in space exploration circles. While NASA continues to maintain that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial artifacts, whistleblowers like Johnston argue that the truth is being deliberately suppressed. His claims raise questions about the extent of classified information held by space agencies and whether the world has been kept in the dark about discoveries that could reshape our understanding of the universe. As discussions surrounding NASA cover-ups and extraterrestrial encounters continue, Johnston's testimony serves as a reminder that not everyone is convinced by the official narrative. For years, NASA has been accused of hiding evidence of unidentified flying objects and advanced spacecraft captured in its space imagery. While the agency has consistently denied such allegations, several former employees and contractors have come forward with claims that UFOs have been deliberately removed from official photographs before being released to the public. Among these whistleblowers is Donna Hare, a former NASA contractor, who has made extraordinary claims about the existence of high-resolution images of UFOs that never made it into public view. Hare, who worked for NASA in the 1970s, stated that she was given access to restricted areas where she saw classified space photos. According to her, NASA has a department specifically assigned to airbrush UFOs and other anomalous objects from space images before they are made available to the public. She claimed that she personally saw photographs where unusual objects were removed or edited out, ensuring that no evidence of extraterrestrial crafts would be revealed. In her testimony, Hare detailed a specific encounter with a colleague who worked in the photographic department. He confided in her that he was regularly instructed to remove evidence of UFOs from images taken by NASA's spacecraft and satellites. She also recalled seeing a high-resolution image of a disc-shaped craft floating above the Earth's surface, which was quickly removed from the room once she asked about it. Hare's claims align with long-standing suspicions that NASA has withheld crucial information regarding unexplained aerial phenomena. Many believe that if UFOs had been spotted in space or near the moon, NASA would have every reason to suppress this information, either due to national security concerns or to avoid mass panic among the public. Several other former NASA employees and contractors have made similar statements over the years. Some claim that astronauts aboard the Apollo missions saw strange objects monitoring their activities on the moon, only for their transmissions to be silenced or edited before reaching the public. There have even been reports that NASA possesses images of structures on the moon, suggesting the possibility of extraterrestrial activity or remnants of ancient civilizations. The idea that NASA airbrushes or censors UFOs from its images is not new. Over the decades, amateur astronomers and independent researchers have scrutinized official space photographs and noticed unexplained anomalies, such as mysterious lights, unusual shapes, and objects that appear to be artificially constructed. Some believe that NASA's reluctance to address these anomalies publicly is part of a broader effort to keep the public unaware of the full extent of what exists beyond Earth. One of the most compelling arguments in favor of a NASA cover-up is the sheer number of reports from former employees, many of whom had no reason to fabricate such claims. If Hare and others are telling the truth, then the space agency has been actively concealing evidence of extraterrestrial encounters for decades. Hare also suggested that some NASA employees were warned to stay silent about what they saw. She recalled a chilling conversation in which a colleague expressed fear of losing his pension, or worse, facing severe consequences for speaking out. If this is true, it raises serious ethical concerns about how much the government and its affiliated agencies are willing to hide from the public. Another strong piece of evidence supporting the NASA cover-up theory comes from live-streamed footage from the International Space Station. On numerous occasions, NASA's live feed has suddenly cut off when an unexplained object appears in the background. This has happened multiple times, leading many to question whether the agency is deliberately shutting down live transmissions to prevent the public from seeing something they weren't meant to see. The implications of these claims are profound. If NASA has indeed been suppressing evidence of UFOs and extraterrestrial technology, then the entire narrative of space exploration could be missing key information. Humanity may not be alone, and there could already be evidence of intelligent life that has been hidden from us. As more whistleblowers come forward and technology advances, it is becoming harder for organizations like NASA to keep such secrets buried. In recent years, the US government itself has admitted that military pilots have encountered UFOs that exhibit capabilities far beyond known human technology. With so much growing evidence, the possibility that NASA has been involved in a decades-long effort to obscure the truth becomes more plausible. The question now remains, how much longer can NASA and other government agencies keep this information hidden? If Donna Hare's testimony, and that of other former employees are true, then the world may be on the verge of a revelation that could change our understanding of the universe forever. Whether through whistleblowers, leaked documents, or future space missions uncovering undeniable proof, the truth about UFOs and their connection to NASA's space exploration programs may soon come to light. In recent years, NASA has released hundreds of photos that appear to show unidentified flying objects approaching the International Space Station and other space missions. Many of these photographs depict unusual, unidentified objects that do not match any known satellite, spacecraft, or space debris. In some cases, the objects appear to be disc-shaped or orb-like, hovering near the ISS before suddenly vanishing or changing direction at unnatural speeds. NASA has historically attributed these anomalies to light reflections, ice particles, or camera malfunctions, but critics argue that the consistency of these sightings, along with their advanced maneuvers, suggests something far beyond conventional explanations. There have been multiple instances where live NASA broadcasts from the space station were suddenly cut off just as a mysterious object entered the frame. These abrupt interruptions have led many to suspect that NASA is actively trying to conceal evidence of these encounters. Some former employees and whistleblowers have even alleged that NASA regularly edits or censors footage before releasing it to the public. If these UFOs are indeed advanced extraterrestrial spacecraft, it would mean that NASA has been silently observing their presence for decades without providing full disclosure to the public. The increasing number of these images, coupled with whistleblower testimonies and government admissions of UAP encounters, strongly suggests that humanity may not be alone in the universe. Many believe it is only a matter of time before NASA and other space agencies are forced to reveal the full truth about what is really happening in space. For one amateur astrophotographer, a routine session of capturing celestial beauty turned into an extraordinary encounter with the unknown. A massive, disc-shaped UFO silently gliding past the moon. The story begins when an individual named John set up his telescope and camera equipment in his backyard to capture images of the moon and nearby celestial objects. The man described himself as an amateur astronomer and said that he's logged hundreds of hours taking photographs of the night sky. Although he said that he doesn't have the best equipment, he added that these countless hours have helped him capture breathtaking images of the cosmos. As the man peered through his telescope and adjusted the focus, he noticed a peculiar object hovering near the moon, describing it as a massive disc-shaped craft, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Startled, yet intrigued, he quickly adjusted his camera settings and began capturing images of the UFO as it glided silently across the night sky. The craft appeared to be illuminated from within, casting an otherworldly glow against the dark backdrop of space. The man claimed that there were just 2 shots with the mysterious object, and that one of them was considerably clearer than the other. Strangely enough, he did admit that he had previously seen strange objects in the sky. He said that, when stargazing throughout the years, he had seen a number of fast-moving objects, but had never been able to photograph any of them. The man claimed that the object didn't resemble anything he often sees because of his experience, noting that satellites don't move very quickly and that they don't appear to be animal-shaped. The allure of astrophotography lies in its ability to capture the sublime beauty of the cosmos, revealing the hidden wonders of the universe in stunning detail. Armed with telescopes, cameras, and a passion for exploration, astrophotographers spend countless hours scanning the night sky, searching for elusive targets to photograph. The night sky is vast, and astrophotographers often spend hours observing and photographing it, and inevitably, some may encounter unusual or unexplained objects that they cannot readily identify. Astrophotographers typically focus their cameras on specific targets in the night sky, such as stars, planets, or nebulae. However, they may inadvertently capture UFOs while scanning the sky or adjusting their equipment, especially if the objects are moving quickly or unexpectedly. For astrophotographers, encountering UFOs during their sessions represents a profound and often unsettling experience, a reminder of the vastness and complexity of the universe and the limitations of human knowledge. While some embrace the mystery and intrigue of such encounters, others are left feeling unsettled and uncertain, grappling with the implications of encountering something beyond their comprehension. In recent years, advances in technology and the widespread availability of high-quality cameras have led to an increase in the number of reported UFO sightings during astrophotography sessions. With the rise of social media and online communities dedicated to astrophotography, photographers from around the world are able to share their experiences and images with a global audience, sparking intense speculation and debate about the nature of the objects they encounter. Despite the skepticism and controversy surrounding UFO sightings during astrophotography sessions, some researchers and enthusiasts believe that these encounters may hold clues to the existence of life and advanced civilizations beyond our own. They point to the consistency and credibility of eyewitness accounts, as well as the quality of photographic evidence, as compelling reasons to take such encounters seriously and explore their potential implications for our understanding of the cosmos. The mystery of the moon. Since the beginning of time, humans have been captivated by the moon. It is undoubtedly one of the most mysterious celestial bodies in space, if not all of our solar system. The moon expeditions abruptly came to an end after 6 successful trips to our galactic neighbor, with several more missions already scheduled and funded. Furthermore, no more manned trips have been undertaken in spite of technological and space exploration breakthroughs. Although ancient humans were probably well aware of its importance for maintaining seasonal conditions and life on Earth, it is also the subject of strange coincidences that may not be what they appear. One side of the moon is always obscured from view due to its precise and flawless rotation around the Earth, and unlike all other known moons, its orbit is exactly circular rather than elliptical. Most of us are aware of the numerous craters on the moon, yet even they are abnormal. To be more precise, they are all the same depth. Reputable science says that this shouldn't be the case, and that the craters should have more depth variance and appear quite different from how they do. Humans have observed unusual phenomena and bizarre activities on the moon even before they even started to consider the possibility that they could walk there. Numerous fleeting lunar phenomena have been documented on or above the moon's surface for ages. These anomalies include glowing patches, odd-colored clouds, unexplained light bursts, and more. A massive burning torch was observed by multiple monks on the moon in 1178. Astronomers from all over the world have reported seeing mysterious objects floating above the moon. These objects are supposed to be diverse in color and shape. The phenomenon of mystery airships first captured the public's imagination in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a time of rapid technological advancement and widespread fascination with the possibilities of flight. Eyewitness accounts from around the world described sightings of strange, cigar-shaped vessels gliding silently through the night sky, their metallic hulls gleaming in the moonlight. One of the most compelling aspects of the mystery airship phenomenon is the consistency and credibility of the eyewitness testimony. Reports of sightings came from people of all walks of life, including farmers, scientists, and military personnel, who described similar characteristics and behaviors exhibited by the mysterious vessels, detailing that these aircrafts were unlike anything they had ever seen before and were able to fly at extreme speeds. Many witnesses reported seeing lights or windows on the craft, suggesting the presence of intelligent occupants within. Moreover, some accounts described encounters with the airships at close range, allowing for detailed observations of their structure and features. It's important to note that these eyewitness accounts came before the invention of the airplane. The mystery airships seen close to the moon before the invention of the aeroplane raised profound questions about the nature of their origin and purpose. Some speculated that the airships were experimental prototypes developed by secretive inventors or government agencies, testing advanced propulsion systems and flight technologies far ahead of their time. Others proposed more exotic explanations, such as extraterrestrial visitation or interdimensional travel, suggesting that the airships may have been piloted by beings from distant realms beyond our own. One intriguing aspect of the mystery airship sightings is their proximity to the moon. Numerous eyewitnesses reported seeing the airships flying in close proximity to Earth's celestial companion, their sleek forms silhouetted against the lunar backdrop. And while skeptics dismissed these sightings as mere coincidence or imagination, others saw them as evidence of a deeper connection between the airships and the lunar realm, a connection that hinted at hidden truths about the mysteries of space and time. One possibility is that the mystery airships seen near the moon were part of a larger cosmic phenomenon, with implications that extend far beyond our own solar system. The Apollo 11 mysterious messages. The conversations between the astronauts and mission control in Houston, Texas, were audible to the television viewers. Most people were not aware that the astronauts had access to an additional cue, which was inaudible to the spectators. The causes of this were rather straightforward, and they may change to this channel if they had an emergency of any type or if they just wanted to share something private with millions of people. Neil Armstrong, the first man to step foot on the moon, would switch to this channel and tell the Houston medical officer that they are parked on the crater's edge and are observing us. The dark side is so named because it is a portion of our cosmic neighbor that we have not yet thoroughly explored, despite the fact that some refer to it as the far side of the moon, and because the moon's rotation coincides with Earth's, we are unable to see this other side of the moon. While many have looked into the possibilities like mysterious bases remaining in this shadowy region or possibly an alien presence on the moon, other hypotheses indicate that a covert mining activity may be occurring there or possibly weapons testing conducted in secret. According to some reports, a covert space program has built a human colony on the moon from which it constructs spaceships or functional spacecraft. There is no concrete evidence of advanced life or even top-secret military bases on the moon, despite the abundance of mysterious images of its surface. However, they are too numerous and relatively speaking well-defined to be completely disregarded. Who constructed the artificial structures in these photographs, even if we grant for a moment that they are man-made? Throughout history, astronomers and amateur skywatchers alike have reported sightings of strange objects moving across the lunar surface or hovering in the vicinity of the moon. These sightings range from fleeting glimpses of unusual lights to more detailed observations of structured craft exhibiting advanced technology. While skeptics often dismiss such accounts as misidentifications or optical illusions, the sheer volume and consistency of eyewitness testimony and photographic evidence suggest that there may be more to the story than meets the eye. One of the earliest recorded sightings of UFOs above the moon dates back to the early days of lunar exploration, during NASA's Apollo missions in the 1960s and 1970s. Astronauts and mission control personnel reported numerous encounters with unidentified objects during their journeys to and from the moon, including sightings of strange lights and anomalous craft that appeared to be monitoring their activities. While official explanations often attributed these sightings to natural phenomena or equipment malfunctions, many astronauts maintained that they had witnessed something truly extraordinary during their time in space. In the decades since the Apollo missions, advances in technology have enabled amateur astronomers and skywatchers to capture increasingly detailed images and videos of UFOs above the moon. These recordings depict objects of various shapes and sizes, ranging from small points of light to large, structured craft with distinct features. Some observers have even reported seeing objects flying in formation or performing seemingly impossible maneuvers, defying the laws of physics as we understand them. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence supporting the existence of UFOs above the moon is the sheer number of independent sightings and recordings from around the world. Amateur astronomers and astrophotographers have captured thousands of images and videos of unidentified objects near the moon, many of which exhibit characteristics that defy conventional explanation. While some skeptics may dismiss these recordings as hoaxes or camera artifacts, the consistency and credibility of the eyewitness testimony and photographic evidence suggest that there may be genuine anomalies present in our skies. Theories abound regarding the nature and origin of the UFOs recorded above the moon. Some speculate that these objects are advanced spacecraft piloted by extraterrestrial civilizations, while others suggest that they may be secret military craft or experimental drones operated by terrestrial governments. Still, others propose more exotic explanations, such as interdimensional travelers or time travelers from the future. While each theory has its proponents and skeptics, none provide a definitive answer to the mystery of UFOs above the moon. One possibility is that the UFOs observed near the moon are part of a larger cosmic phenomenon, with implications that extend far beyond our own solar system. Some researchers have proposed that these objects may be part of a galactic surveillance network maintained by advanced civilizations, monitoring the activities of emerging planetary civilizations such as our own. If true, this would suggest that we are not alone in the universe and that our planet is under the watchful eye of beings from distant stars. Another possibility is that the UFOs observed above the moon are manifestations of a deeper cosmic consciousness or intelligence that transcends our understanding of space and time. Proponents of this theory suggest that the universe itself may be alive with consciousness, with UFOs serving as messengers or manifestations of this higher intelligence.